Good morning, friends. Online friends. At least few people, if you can just have your videos on initially. Tomorrow, 2 to 5, exam. Visualize பண்றீங்களான்னு தெரியல, செமையா இருக்கும்ல. Okay. Career changing moments, 2 to 5. Whatever we did during the last 1 year, last 3 months effectively, everything boils down to those 3 hours. So you need to stay calm, stay very, very confident, irrespective of the quantum of preparation. Whatever be the quantum of preparation, stay calm, stay confident, and give your best. Unnecessarily, we need not worry about the consequence, result. We should stay calm, we should give our best. And the 3 hours, to the best of ability, to the best of preparation, what we did, we should give. That's all. So that is the only state of mind you should be in. So you still have some more time to make some changes. So இன்னொரு 24 ஹவர்ஸ்க்கு மேலே இருக்குது, அதுவே ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஹவர்ஸ் தான். So there are certain subjects I prepared only for that much time. So anyway, but still you have a lot of time னு சொல்கிறேன். Anyway, so I don't want to meet you on the day of exam. I just thought we'll meet 1 day before the exam, okay? So, and also Happy New Year also. Okay, so 2025, let that bring a lot of success to you in your academical part. Fine. Anyway, so let us not discuss too much things about this. Maybe towards the end, little more about the state of mind and approach and all we will discuss. Okay. So normally I don't believe, because morning itself Praga was asking, sir, கையில் ஏதோ பேப்பர் வச்சுருக்கீங்களே full of tips அப்படின்ட்டு. I normally don't believe in giving lot of advices. I strongly believe that success should come from each individual separately. They have created with their different abilities and they have their own success formula inbuilt. அதுதான் பண்ணணும். ஸோ அந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் நமக்கு தெரியாது, வாட் இஸ் தேர் இன்டர்னல் ப்ரோக்ராம் அப்படின்ட்டு அவங்களா யோசிச்சு அவங்களா தான் வரணும். ஃபியூ திங்ஸ், ஜென்ரல் திங்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற டிஸ்கஷன் மேபி வி கேன் டூ. ரொம்ப ப்ரிசைஸாக இப்படி தான் இதான் அப்படி, ஐயோ நான் அது பண்ணவே இல்லை அப்படின்னா then that will be lost. So each individual has got a different way of getting into success. எப்படியெல்லாம் பாஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னு 10 பேர்கிட்ட கேட்டால் 10 பேர் 10 விதமான ஆன்சர் சொல்லுவாங்க. there is no standard formula for it. Okay, so அதனால் let us proceed into the core part. அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த ரெசிடுவல் பார்ட்டை வந்து அப்புறமா இது பண்ணிருக்கலாம். ஓகே, ரிவிஷன் கிளாஸ், வாட் இஸ் மென்ட்? Revision class, what is the purpose அப்படின்றது again, sir, totally you know that 30 marks MCQs, 70 marks வந்து descriptive. In this 70 marks, the pattern is 5 into 14 marks out of 6 into 14. So 14 marks தான் choice அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா, I found that by analyzing the last 2 years question paper, ஒரு internal choice கூட இருக்குது question number 6ல. So I don't know how well you have gone through the question paper. இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங் ஒரு 4:30க்கு எழுந்து நம்ம முன்னாடியே பார்த்த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் தான் மறுபடியும் அனலைஸ் பண்ணி ஒரு கொஸ்டின் அனலைஸ் பண்ணும்போது ஐ ஃபவுண்ட் தட் ஒரு இன்டர்னல் சாய்ஸ் கூட கொஸ்டின் நம்பர் 6ல ஒரு இன்டர்னல் சாய்ஸ் ஃபார் ஒரு 5 மார்க்ஸ், அப்போ கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 20 மார்க்ஸ், 120 மார்க்ஸ் தான், 5 or 6 மார்க்ஸோ. ஸோ யூ குட் சி தட் ஒரு 20 மார்க்ஸ் வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ராவாக இருக்குது. ஸோ அதனால் don't worry. Okay, so 5 into 14 to be attempted out of 6 into 14. 6th question internal choice. இதெல்லாம் just understanding about the question paper. அப்புறம் இன்னும் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பரை இன்னும் டீப்பாக அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணும்போது May 24 தான் எக்ஸாம் வந்தது ஃபஸ்ட்டு இந்த நியூ ஸ்கீமில். ஸோ ஒரு ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டின் வாஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் சாப்டர்ஸ் லைக் பை பேக் அண்ட் அதர் திங்ஸ். MCQஸில் வந்து பை பேக்கெல்லாம் கேட்டு பயங்கரமாக இது பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. Standards were tested in the second part. அப்போ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி லைக் பீப்புள் வேர் ப்ரெடிக்டிங் லைக் இப்போ பைபேக் வந்தது நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் இது வரும் அப்படின்லாம் ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ணாங்க. இன்ஸ்டியூட் செம்மையாக செப்டம்பரில் வந்து தே லைக் கம்ப்ளீட்லி வைப்ட் ஆஃப் எனி எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் இந்த மாதிரி இருந்தால் அதை அப்படியே இது பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஏன்னா கம்ப்ளீட்லி நியூ வே ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்டிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் ஃபுல்லாக இருந்தது. ஸோ பைபேக் இருந்ததுனால சாப்டர்ஸ் தான் எம்சிக்யூஸில் வரும்னா அப்படி இல்லைங்க, எதுவுமே கிடையாது. ஸோ தெர் இஸ் நோ நீட் ஃபார் இந்த ப்ரெடிக்ஷன்ஸ் அப்படின்றது ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. Totally our syllabus அப்படின்றது in our classroom we would have conveyed that it is 20 independent standards and 8 different chapters அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தோம். 8 different chapters, amalgamation absorption 2 chapter, consolidation, branch accounts, அப்புறம் financial statement, cash flow, investment, buyback அப்படின்னு 8 chapters. Though we have coverage of certain standards here, இதில் actually 7 standards will be covered. அப்போ அந்த 8 chapters along with that 7 standards அது ஒரு part, 20 different standards, அது இல்லாமல் framework and introduction, இதான் நம்ம total syllabus. அப்போ independently if you analyze, it is only 27 independent standards. In addition to 27 standardsல cover ஆகாத chapters அப்படின்னா financial statement of companies, buyback, framework. So totally 30 அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். 27 standardsum 3 extra different units without the influence of standards. So financial statement of companiesum, buyback, framework ஒரு key document, totally 30. I found that in the last paper 17 accounting standards were tested. It is not like there were times like 27 standards 5 standards will be tested. அப்போ இந்த 5 standards விட்டுட்டு இல்லை 7-8 standards விட்டுட்டு balance standards can be focused. அப்போ there were times like when I take this revision class I used to tell இது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட், இது லெஸ் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிற ஒரு டைம் இருந்தது. ஸோ அதனால் இந்த ரிவிஷன் கிளாஸே வந்து லைக் பயங்கர ஹைப்பு, சார் சொல்கிற ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக எக்ஸாமில் வருதுப்பா அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ஒரு ஹைப்பு. அது பியூர்லி பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி அனாலிசிஸ் தான். அது ஒன்றும் 7th சென்ஸ் 8th சென்ஸ் உள்ளே இருக்கிற பக்ஷி, பேர்டு, லைக் தட் சோ மெனி திங்ஸு we can just இது பண்ணலாம். பட் அதெல்லாம் இல்லை. There is every chance that institute can cover every standard. MCQs இருக்கிறதுனால ஒரு சிங்கிள் MCQல what they are just clubbing is different segment of standard. கொஸ்டின் படிக்கும்போது அது இன்வென்ட்ரி மாதிரி இருக்கும், பார்த்தா திடீர்னு AS10 உள்ள வருது, AS16 உள்ள வருது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரியானது பயமாற மாதிரி கிடையாது. சிம்பிள் திங்ஸ் தான். பேசிக் கான்செப்ட் தெரிஞ்சாலே யூ கேன் ஈஸிலி ஆன்சர் இட். ரொம்ப காமாக கொஸ்டின் should be read, that's all. Read the question properly and answer. Okay, so thereby there is nothing called this is very important. அப்படியே ஏதாவது இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் சொல்லி வந்தால் அது உங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற பக்ஷியாக தான் இருக்கணும். அது பை சான்ஸு பை லக்கு தான் தவிர இட் கான்ட் பி லைக் எனி மோர் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன். ஒரிஜினலி இட் வாஸ் தேர் பிகாஸ் ஒரு 10 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸில் குரூப் 1 13 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட், குரூப் 2 ரிமைனிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் இருக்கும்போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு 5 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் ஒரு தடவை வரும், அந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் தவிர பாக்கி ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் வரும் அப்படின்ட்டு we can make prediction. அதுதான் ஒன்லி ப்ரெடிக்ஷனாக இருந்தது. இப்போ அப்படி இல்லைன்னு சொல்கிறோம், ரைட்டா? சரி, அப்போ எவ்ரி ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் பேசிக் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இஸ் மஸ்ட்டு. இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி அந்த ஒரு 10 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் போன தடவை வராதது இந்த தடவை வரும் அப்படின்னு உள்ள ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக பார்க்கும்போது சொல்கிறது. நான் ஒரு எக்ஸாமாக போகும்போது 27ல் 17 வந்திருக்கு, அடுத்த 10 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்னா கொஞ்சம் அதிகமான வர்றதுக்கான சான்ஸ் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு செக் பண்ணி பார்க்கும்போது AS5 லாஸ்ட் டைம் வரலை, AS7 லாஸ்ட் டைம் வரலை. ஸோ தி AS5யும் AS7 AS11ஓட இம்பேக்ட் ஃபாரின் பிரான்ச் மூலமாக வந்ததே தவிர டைரெக்டாக ஒரு AS11 கொஸ்டின் வரலை. கவர்மெண்ட் கிராண்ட் வரலை, கவர்மெண்ட் கிராண்ட் AS12 வரலை. ஸோ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் வந்தது, 14 வந்தது, 15 கூட கேட்டான், எம்ப்ளாயி பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் கேட்டா, பாரோயிங் காஸ்ட் கேட்டாங்க. செக்மெண்ட் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் வரல, 18 வந்தது. செக்மெண்ட் 5, 7, 11, 12, 17, 18 கேட்டான், 19 கேட்டான், 20 கேட்டுட்டான். ஸோ there is a chance that 22 can come. 22 the taxes can come. அதுக்கப்புறம் 23 பேஸ் பண்ணி ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுறேன். அந்த குட்வில் கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் ஃபார் இந்த ஆர்டிபியில் கேட்ட மாதிரி ஒரு 2 டிஃப்ரெண்ட் அக்விசிஷன் பேஸ் பண்ணி குட்வில் ஆர் கேபிட்டல்ஸ் கொஸ்டின். அது ஒன்று, அந்த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பரும் ஆர்டிபியும் வச்சு காலையிலேருந்து உட்காந்து 4:30லேருந்து உட்காந்து ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக ஐயோ என்ன எக்ஸாம் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது சொல்கிற விஷயங்கள் இது. ஓகே, ஸோ இதெல்லாம் ஹை சான்ஸ் மற்றதெல்லாம் கூட வரும். ஓகே, ஸோ தெர் இஸ் நத்திங் லைக்னா மற்றது வராது இது வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லலை. இதுக்கெல்லாம் ஹை சான்ஸ் போனது வராத ஒரு விஷயங்கள் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது இதெல்லாம் தான். ஓகே ஃபைன். ஸோ எனிவே நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம், we are going to understand that there are totally 30 different chapters. What is that, sir? 27 standards plus buyback, financial statement of company, framework. Scribble பண்ணிருக்கிறது framework. Like that 30 different chapters. ஒன்னொன்னுக்கும் ஒரு 2-3 minutes spend பண்ணி ஒரு 90 minutesக்குள்ள முடிகிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. Which means ஒரு 1.5 hoursக்குள்ள revision class முடிகிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே, so let us now proceed. ரொம்ப நேரம் ஆச்சு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் வெரி பேர்லேருந்து ப்ரொசீட் பண்ணுற ஆர்டர் அப்படியே ப்ரொசீட் பண்ணுறேன். இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் டு அக்கௌண்டிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் அப்படின்றதுல அக்கௌண்டிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் மீன்ஸ் ரிட்டன் பாலிசி டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் issued by government, issued by ICI அப்படின்னு டூ திங்ஸ். இஷ்யூயிங் அத்தாரிட்டி ஒன்று ஃபார் கம்பெனிஸ் இட் இஸ் கவர்மெண்ட், இன்னொன்று ஃபார் அதர் நான் கார்பரேட் என்டிட்டிஸ் தட் இஸ் ஃபார் அதர் தென் கம்பெனிஸ் இட் இஸ் ICI, Council of ICI. So issuing authority. Ind AS means Indian Accounting Standard means IFRS converged accounting standard issued by government da, prepared by ASB in consultation with NEFRA. So Ind AS means IFRS converged accounting standard issued by government. Then there are 4 levels of enterprises. For companies, 2 levels da. It is SMCs and non-SMCs. 2A 2 levels. But for non-corporate entities or other than companies, CA level, ICA level, it is 4 levels of enterprises. Level 1 enterprises, level 2, level 3, level 4. And the level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, paathukonga. Just tomorrow before examination or 2 hours before examination, what are these 4 levels of enterprises? Just glance through, right? So you know that it is primarily what based abdina listed entities in the process of listing, adukapram turnover based panni, borrowings based panni, insurance, financial institutions including banks, holding and subsidiary of these companies, idella level 1. அதுக்கப்புறம் level 2 level 3 எல்லாம் only based on 2A2 time frame, 2A2 framework. ஒன்று the turnover, இன்னொன்று borrowings. Like that we know 4 levels. இந்த நம்பர்ஸை இப்போ ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஒரு 2 hours before the examination ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு போங்க. Sometimes it can be tested. அப்போ இனிஷியலா introduction to accounting standard இவ்வளோ இதுதான் பண்ணுவோம். Issuing authority of accounting standard. Ind AS primarily refers to what அதோட issuing authority. அதுக்கப்புறம் these levels of enterprises. For ICA level it is 4 levels of enterprises. For companies level it is 2A 2 தான். So which means the level 1 மட்டும்தான் we say non-SMC. Level 2, level 3, level 4 மூணுமே we call it as SMCs அப்படின்ற understanding மட்டும் வச்சுக்கோங்க. Because sometimes they will ask you what are all non-SMCs அப்படின்னு கேட்டா level 1 full-ஆ non-SMC, level 2, level 3, level 4 எல்லாம் SMC. Like that we are understanding. With that we are completing introduction to accounting standard. Next we have a document which is called framework for preparation and presentation of financial statements. Framework na it is a document, it is a statement that contains some principles which forms the basis of reference for certain inquiries. Reference book, reference for accounting standard. Like that we can understand what and all it will contain. Abdina it will contain first financial statement consist of what? Financial statements or objective what are the objective of financial statement? Then users and uses, characteristics of financial statements, fundamental accounting assumptions about the financial statements. So like that there are financial statement consists of what? Balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement, notes, idellame part of financial statement. Objective to show financial position, to show financial result, profit or loss, to show the cash flows and cash flow efficiency. Like that we are understanding objective. Users and uses, creditors, debtors, employees, financiers, government holders and all will use இதெல்லாம் சம்டைம்ஸ் இக்னோர் பண்ற ஏரியா ஏதாவது ஒன்று வந்தால் 5 marks லம்பா அல்லலாம். And corresponding uses in your own words you can write. Characteristics of good financial statement, several times tested at intermediate level. So what is that? I told you, good communication or characteristics of financial statement: understandable, relevant, reliable, comparable. Whatever I speak should be understandable to you, should be highly relevant to you, it should be reliable to you. I should not be telling some gabza. So okay, so I've been telling that no, this accounting standard, it is going to come அப்படின்லாம் சொன்னா நம்பர் மாதிரி எதாவது சொல்லுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். ஸோ தட் வே இட் ஹஸ் பி ரிலையபிள் அண்ட் இட் ஷுட் பி கம்பேரபிள். இதுதான் கேரக்டரிஸ்டிக்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட். ஃபண்டமெண்டல் அசம்ஷன்ஸ் இட் இஸ் GCA, which is once again repeated in AS1. What is GCA? Going concern, consistency, accrual. The revision classes say primarily meant for you have practiced so many problems, so it is not meant for solving problem, just to remind you certain things which you are ignorant of. அதுக்கு தான் இந்த இதுவே தவிர எல்லா ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லையும் இந்த மாதிரி சில ஏரியாஸை டச் பண்ணி உங்கள் மைண்டில் அதோட அவேர்னஸை கொண்டு வர்றது தான். ஸோ அதனால் இதுக்குன்னு தனியாக நீங்கள் புக்கை வச்சு புரட்ட வேண்டாம் அப்படின்றது தான். கவனமாக நல்லா ஷார்ப்பாக கவனிங்க. இட் வில் மேக் சம் டிஃபரன்ஸ். ஓகே, ஃபண்டமெண்டல் அசம்ஷன்ஸ் ஓவர். Thereafter, certain problem areas, what all அப்படின்னா we find that you have methods of accounting. It is like cash basis and accrual basis of accounting. அதுக்கு related as one problem we demonstrated. Cash basis அப்படின்னா only when cash received it is income, cash paid it is expense. So what we told is purchases, cash basis, credit basis, sales, cash basis, credit basis, and credit related receipts and payments will be happen in the next year. So they were asking what is the profit or loss under cash method, under accrual method. If it is accrual method, it is total purchases and total sales difference, the profit or loss. But if it is cash basis then this cash purchase and cash sales will be compared in the first year, and credit purchase and credit sales expected to be received in the second year. Upper second year it will be booked as income and expense, and will be booking profit or loss in 2 different period under dash method. Cash basis, like that one problem is there, it can be tested. So we are just keep on discussing about framework oda problem areas. Next problem area, my dear friends, it is measurement basis. We know what are the various measurement basis. It is historical cost, realizable value, current cost, present value, fair value, leave it. There are 4 measurement bases. I purchased one machinery for 1 lakh. That is the historical cost. If I sell today, after 3 years, if I sell today, so I will be getting only 60,000. Then that is called a realizable value. But if I want to buy this machinery again, I have to pay 1,20,000 rupees. Then that is called the current cost. Sir, using this machinery, I will be generating 2 lakhs profit for next 3 years. Then 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 6 lakhs, which will be discounted to present. So PV of future benefits is called as present value. So or machinery related, they will give you information, and MCQ they can test you what is the present value of the machinery or what is the realizable value of the machinery. So you should be in a position to identify the correct value. So historical cost, original cost, realizable value, today if I sell, how much I will get. Current cost means today if I want to buy again, how much I have to pay. Present value the net present value of future economic benefit, discounted value of future economic benefit. That is what we are understanding as measurement basis. Next we have elements of financial statements. Elements of financial statement, what? Asset, liability, income, expense, and equity. Like that we have 5. Asset means what? Resource controlled by an entity generating future economic benefit. Resource control abdina, we use the term control means we should be having the right to receive benefit. We should also have the right to restrict others to benefit. That is what we call it as control. About some resource on which you are having control and you are also expect to generate future economic benefit, then that is going to be an asset. Liability, same definition we discussed in AS 29. Present obligation requiring future outflow. Present obligation requiring future outflow is what we call it as liability. Appo we told you in the asset related definition, empties and packages, containers left in the shop. Actually, the containers, the bottles, which is actually the customer paid money for the content as well as container. So, but container they're leaving there. It could be milk bottle. So, some rose milk, badam milk, they are drinking and keeping the bottles in the shop itself. So much of bottles accumulated. Is it inventories of the company, like that? Classroom different example, now here different example. Okay, so is it assets of this particular company? So we said yes, because they have control, they will expect a future economic benefit, and it can be accounted as inventories, like that. Based on this asset definition, and the case study was tested several times, it can be tested. Similarly, income, expense, equity related. What is income? There are three conditions to be satisfied. What and all? Income means, first, there should be some form of inflow or increase in value of asset or decrease in the value of liability. These are the three things which is considered as income portion, subject to two other conditions. What are two other conditions? It should increase equity. It should increase equity, and it should not be contribution from. It is not a contribution from equity owners. That is equity participant. That is owners. That's all. It is not contribution from owners. Increase in equity. For example, my dear friends, so they will give you, which question varo. They will give asset liability information. Opening asset 10 lakhs, liability 6 lakhs. So equity means what? Asset minus liability is capital. So equity is 4 lakhs. And they are giving some transaction. Transaction what? We have received commission. Commission of 1 lakh received. Commission received 1 lakh, asset increases 11 lakhs. No change in the liability. So we find that it is 5 lakhs. What happened? There is an inflow. Yes, sir. That inflow increased equity. Yes, sir. Is it a money received from owner? No. Then this transaction is income. Like that, we may have to analyze. So suppose, my dear friends, what happens abdina? We issued shares. We issued shares. About 2 lakhs increased. 2 lakhs increase. Yes, 13 lakhs. Liability no change. Liability no change. It becomes, equity becomes 7 lakhs. Is there any inflow? Yes, sir. Is there any increase in equity? Yes, sir. Condition satisfied. Income illa, because it is a contribution from owner. It should not be contribution from owner. So thereby, this is not income. This is not income. Like that, we are understanding, my dear friends. All of you. Okay. So like that, we can understand about how analyzing these transactions. 2-3 transactions they will give. They will tell, analyze based on the framework and decide whether it is income or not. You should be in a position to analyze this. The same condition applicable for expense also. Expense outflow or decrease in asset or increase in liability. And the moon condition only. Similarly, it should decrease equity. It should not be a payment to. It should not be a payment to owners. Like that, 3 conditions. That is how expense is defined. So in the analysis, just keep in your mind, my dear friends. All of you, do not leave anything that untouched. You should attempt something based on whatever knowledge you possess. Right? Finally, there is a concept of capital maintenance. Capital maintenance. நம்ம டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கும்போது சில ஏரியா ரொம்ப ஓவர்லோட் ஆச்சுன்னா விட்டுட்டு போகாம அந்த ஏரியாவை இக்னோர் பண்ணிடுங்க. டசன்ட் மேட்டர். இப்போ நடத்துகிற 2.5 ஹவர்ஸில் 1/2 hour புரியலைனாலும் 1/2 hour நான் படிக்காத விஷயங்களாக இருந்தாலும் பயப்படாமல் ரிமைனிங் 2 hours கேளுங்க. அந்த 1/2 hour தெரியாதனால நான் ஃபெயில் ஆக போகிறேன்னு ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. ஸோ எந்த மொமெண்ட்லையும் ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ஷுட் நாட் பி க்ரீப்பிங் இன். So I have never heard this. I could not connect only with what you're speaking, sir. Okay, later on you will be getting connected. So show that no patience for some time. There are certain areas might be feeling like sir TB discussing, but KB it is getting downloaded for me. So all these things will happen. So thereby, That happens, but do not run away. Just show that patience. Okay, there are chances that not knowing 25% of that entire syllabus, still we can have a good marks, wonderful marks, right? Only thing is, and the confidence is very, very key. And the immediate frustration, immediately fear, you should not be creating such a good state of mind. Some confident நான் என்ன பண்ண முடியுமோ பண்ணிட்டேன், இதுக்கு மேலே ஒன்றும் சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. ஈவன் இஃப் ஐ ஹவ் நாட் டன் ஆல்சோ, ஐ do not be feeling like regret and all. I cannot change anything, but I can make some changes in the next 24 hours with whatever sir says. If possible, I will learn something extra and I will go for the examination. Okay, so sir சொல்ற இம்பார்ட்டண்டான ஏரியாவை maybe extra 5 minutes I can spend at home and I can work out. That sort of mindset only you should be in. Just keep listening. கனெக்ட் ஆகாத ஏரியாஸை விடுங்க, அதுக்காக விட்டுட்டு அப்படியே போயிடாதீங்க, உள்ளே இருங்க. Okay, so anyway, coming back to this capital maintenance concept. As far as capital maintenance concept is concerned, we have three concepts. One is historical, physical capital and financial capital maintenance concept. You have physical capital and financial capital maintenance concept. So what is this financial capital and physical capital concept? It is like, one is at historical cost, other one is at current cost. So what are this capital maintenance concept? I will tell you simple terms, my dear friends. Your closing capital should be minimum opening capital. Your closing capital should be equal to minimum opening capital. If you can maintain your closing capital which is equal to minimum opening capital, we will say you are maintaining adequate capital. If you invested 5 lakhs at the opening, at the end you should have in the business minimum 5 lakhs. Then you are maintaining adequate capital. That's all. Is a concept. So closing capital should be equal to opening capital. Avladana sir, ama. Which means you will make a simple analysis. Closing capital minus opening capital should be either nil or it should be a positive balance. In other words, closing capital should be either equal to opening capital or it should be more than opening capital for you to tell that the capital maintained is adequate. Appo closing capital minus opening capital should be either nil or it should be positive balance. If it is negative, your comment is that the business does not maintain adequate capital. Appo to make a comment about capital maintenance, whether it is adequate or not adequate, you should simply do this action. What action? Dash minus dash. Closing capital minus opening capital. Now, one thing is, my dear friends, financial capital at historical cost na, opening la I was having, opening la we were having like 1000 units of goods costing 20 rupees, about 20,000 we are having. We have sold this 1000 goods for 30 rupees, 30,000. Drawings was 6,000. Now they are asking you to compute the retained profit and comment about capital. Very simple. Closing capital, how much? Closing capital, we got 30,000 cash back. 6,000 has been taken home. So how much is still there in the business? 24,000. Opening capital, how much? That is not going to change. Opening capital based on plus minus nothing. Opening capital is the opening capital. How much is opening capital? 20,000. So 4,000. This is the retained profit. This is called retained profit. Closing capital minus opening capital is called retained profit. It is not total profit. It is just the retained profit. So this is based on this. What is your comment? The business is having adequate capital, right? This is a historical cost. Now the point is, my dear friends, sometimes what happens, opening time la price index is different from closing price index. Appo to match with the opening capital, that price index should be equated. Price index has to be equated. So thereby closing capital will be reflecting the current price, but opening capital is reflecting the old price index. But what we will do, we may restate this opening capital to the latest price index. For example, they are giving index opening 100, closing index 125. Abdin index information given na, Once again, closing capital how much? That is 24,000. It is already reflecting the current price only, which is 125. Opening capital should be restated. This is called current cost concept. Current cost concept. So it is nothing but it is 20,000 divided by 100 into 125. It is 25,000. So we are having a negative of 1,000. About current cost concept, we are understanding the business is not having adequate capital. Like that, we are making a comment, my dear friends. Understood? But just opening capital will be restated using the index. We call it as financial capital maintenance at a current cost. இதே index concept na physical capital also. Only thing is there we use index for each asset separately, and financial capital current cost we will be using index for overall, that is average price index will be used. So this difference is not properly demonstrated in any of the questions. So I don't see you having different questions based on this different index and all. Just to understand, without index, plain comparison and indexed comparison is what capital maintenance concept. So பயங்கர காம்ப்ளெக்ஸா 45 minutes உங்க அட்வான்ஸ் அக்கவுண்டிங் சார் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருப்பாரு. அதெல்லாம் இல்லை, ஒரு சிம்பிளான விஷயம். க்ளோசிங் கேபிட்டல் மைனஸ் ஓப்பனிங் கேபிட்டல், திஸ் மச் ஒன்லி யூ ஆர் ஹேவிங் as the capital maintenance concept. framework over, ரைட்டா? 4 hours chapter over. So இப்போ introduction over, framework completed. We are going to accounting standard 1. As far as accounting standard 1 is concerned, AS1 states that significant accounting policy should be disclosed. Significant accounting policy should be disclosed. Number 1. Number 2 is that, my dear friends, we find this accounting policy classified into FA and others. Going GCA, going concern consistency accrual. If you follow, no disclosure. If you don't follow, you should disclose the fact it is not followed. Reason also you should be telling. Any other accounting policy, disclose only those which are followed. These are all very much known. The simple way they can test you, my dear friends. Just understand, have an awareness about that concept explained in AS1. So the GCA follow, no disclosure. If it is not followed, fact that it is not followed. Reason also you should be telling. Others, disclose only if it is followed, like that. Similarly, when you select the accounting policy, consider certain factors like selection you should be considering. First primary requirement is true and fair view. Next is secondary conditions to be set, or secondary factors to be considered is prudence, substance over form, materiality. Prudence, substance over form, materiality. Something is, if it is not so material, they can have a different accounting policy which is against the basic accounting policy. For example, generally expenditures for assets, it will be capitalized, capital expenditure. But asset is of very, very low value, they need not capitalize. They can follow a different accounting policy. Then substance over form and AS4 connected transactions are, one is hire purchase transaction. Even though the lease transaction, lessee is not the owner of an asset. But finance lease, if you look into the substance wise, throughout the life of the asset, lessee only will use the asset. So thereby, it will be shown as an asset in his books, even though he is not the owner of the asset. Number 1. Another example was March sale agreement for property made, consideration already paid, every other conditions of sale is completed except registration. By considering substance over form, registration is only a legal formality, everything else is completed now, it will be accounted as sale in the current year itself. What do you mean by form? Law says that sale is said to be completed only after the registration, but we will tell, we will not wait till the registration. This year we will be booking it as sale even though registration is pending. This is also an example for substance over form. Examination questions based on substance over form. இதெல்லாம் தான் AS1 related questions, my dear friends. All of you, RTP ஒரு question வந்தது, provision for inventories they are creating, and originally it was based on 12 months period of non-moving. Now it is based on technical evaluation, which means they are creating some provision for inventory losses. Inventory write-off, inventory becoming bad, obsolete, adukku they are creating provision. Now originally they were creating like based on the very slow moving period. So if it is not moving for 12 months, more than 12 months, adukku some provision like that they were creating. Later on they are changing that to what now? We'll create provision based on technical evaluation. Based on the quality of the goods still lying with us, we create the provision. Like that they changed. The question in RTP was, is it change in accounting policy? The policy change we don't consider. It is only an estimate change. It is only an estimate change. Provision we have to create. For that slow moving items we have to create. But the estimate, we find that technical evaluation is much better now. It is only considered as a change in accounting estimate and it is not considered as change in accounting policy. Like that, and the RTP question need to be answered, my dear friends. That is one of the question they are addressing, combining with AS1 and the AS5. So we are understanding it is only considered as a change in accounting estimate. Similarly, policy can be changed. So AS5 important area, AS5 we will discuss later. Okay, AS5 will discuss later. Now coming to AS1 over, we are just moving to now AS2, inventories. As far as inventories are concerned, just making you reminder of few things only. Primarily we have raw material, work in progress, finished goods, stores and spares. இதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. எல்லாத்துக்கும் காமன் பிரின்சிபல், காஸ்ட் என்ஆர்வி விச் எவர் இஸ் லோயர். காஸ்ட் என்ஆர்வி விச் எவர் இஸ் லோயர். காஸ்ட் மீன்ஸ் இட் இஸ் த பர்ச்சேஸ் பிரைஸ். Conversion cost, any other cost. Other cost, designing cost, etc. is what we consider as other cost. Conversion you have, my dear friends, labor cost, overheads, which are of variable overheads, fixed overheads. Okay, so listen carefully, my dear friends. Purchase price it is the basic quoted price minus trade discount plus non-refundable duties and taxes. Just reminding you only, nothing like no problem solving, don't expect like that. Okay, so it is a quoted price. They are quoting 20,000 but they are offering 5% discount deducted. We are paying GST. Okay, will I get it back? Can I get input out of it? If I get it will be it is refundable, so which means you should not be adding that. But if it is raw material, I am paying GST. That raw material I am going to use for manufacturing GST exempted finished product. If I am not going to get input then the GST should be added. They will tell you I purchased raw material. Okay, and the raw material, did you pay GST? Yes, but I am manufacturing certain medicines. In the medicines are GST exempted goods. Thereby, and the raw material, whatever GST I paid, I can't get input. So thereby, the GST will be part of the cost. Otherwise, GST is not part of the cost. Like that, we are understanding about the first part, purchase price, quoted price, basic market price, minus trade discount plus non-refundable duties and taxes. Various other purchase related expense also, like transportation and other things. Similarly, conversion cost, labor cost, directly attributable. It is varies with the production. Variable overheads vary with the production. Fixed overheads, hope you remember, it should be allocated to the closing stock, or it should be allocated to the units of closing stock based on what capacity or what production normal production or actual production, whichever is higher. So let us not create three different situations. We'll understand like this. If they give actual production, if they give only one production, if they give two production, you should take whichever is higher for the basis of allocation. In the sense, they give fixed overheads 20 lakhs, fixed overhead totally 20 lakhs, actual production some number of units. It is like PQ units, and normal production XY units. But what we should do is 20 lakhs divided by either PQ or XY, whichever is higher, into number of units of closing stock. Into number of units of closing. Like that, we should be allocating the fixed overheads. Hope you remember that concept. Remember பண்ணனா சால்வ் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கோங்க. இதெல்லாம் டவுட், ஓகே சார் இது சொன்னாரு, இதை நான் சால்வ் பண்ணணும், செக் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ட்டு அங்கே நோட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. இன்னைக்கு நான் படிக்க வேண்டிய விஷயத்துல ஆல்ரெடி தெரியுது அப்படின்னா தேவையில்லாம அது ரொம்ப நோண்ட வேண்டாம். ஓகே, ஸோ ரிமெம்பர் பண்ற விஷயங்கள் ரொம்ப ஓவரா அதிகமா நிறைய சம்மு சால்வ் பண்ணி உட்காந்து ப்ரெஷர்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டாம். சும்மா கிளான்ஸ் த்ரூ பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே, ஆர்டிபி லாஸ்ட் டூ சஜஸ்டட் ஆன்சர் மறுபடியும் கிளான்ஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இன்னைக்கு நாளைக்கு எக்ஸாம் போற வரை இது தவிர வேற எதுவுமே பார்க்காதீங்க. அன்லெஸ் யூ ஹாவ் சம் டவுட்ஸ் ஸ்டடி மாடியூல்ல 5 மினிட்ஸ்க்கு மட்டும் தொடரேன்னா தொடுங்க. ஒரு புது சாப்டரை இன்னைக்கு வந்து படிக்கவே படிக்காதீங்க, விட்டுருங்க. ஓகே ஃபைன். அந்த மாதிரி 10 சாப்டர் வச்சிருக்கேன்னு சொல்லிடாதீங்க. ஸோ NRV, as far as NRV is concerned, it is estimated sale price minus estimated cost of completion minus estimated selling expenses. Estimated selling expenses. This is NRV. So what is that cost of conversion? Cost of conversion is applicable only for WIP. Suppose, my dear friends, they have given the problems like this under raw material. Cost price of raw material 200 rupees. WIP totally it is 600. Finished goods it is 1100. இதெல்லாம் cost price, my dear friends. Okay, now raw material NRV la we are understanding raw materials oda replacement cost is going to be taken as NRV. Raw material oda replacement cost. It is not that if I sell how much I will get, if I buy again how much I will pay. That is going to be the NRV for raw material. So imagine, my dear friend, that is going to be 180 rupees. 180 rupees. Sorry. Next we are understanding that WIP oda NRV is not given. Finished goods ku NRV is given, my dear friends. Finished goods ku NRV is given, or estimated sale price given. Estimated sale price given 1300. Commission 20%. Commission on sales 20%. இப்போ question என்னன்னா, what is the value to be recognized for raw material, WIP, finished goods? Like that question is asking. இப்போ we are understanding, my dear friends. So we have cost, we have NRV and AS2 value. Raw material cost how much? Raw material last, first finished goods ல ஆரம்பிப்போம். Raw material should be the last. Finished goods 1100 cost. NRV is how much? 1300 minus 20% is 260, 1040. Though whichever is lower, about 1040. WIP cost 600. NRV is 1300. Cost of conversion how much abdina? WIP to become finished goods, you should spend another 500. That is what you will deduct from 1300 minus 500 minus 260. That comes to 540. So thereby it is valued at 540. Raw material cost price 200. Replacement cost is given as 180. Now sometimes if these two, that is if the finished goods are already valued at cost price then raw materials oda NRV I will not consider. Raw material actually directly valued only at cost. But if the finished goods is valued less than the cost, then only I have to compare raw material order cost and NRV. Since here in this problem finished goods was valued at NRV, we are taking the comparison and taking whichever is lower. Suppose in this particular problem replacement cost of raw materials 230 rupees na, then we will be valuing only at 200, even though finished goods was valued at NRV, raw material will be valued only at cost price. அப்போ ஒரே இதுதான் சொன்னோம், raw material எப்பவுமே at cost price தான். Only if the finished goods value is valued at NRV and raw materials or NRV is lower than the cost price, then only we will value raw material at NRV. Like that we are understanding, my dear friends. அதுக்கப்புறம் இதுதான் key area many times tested from AS2, my dear friends. Certain other things you should be noting is that fixed overheads allocation over in the joint product byproduct allocation. This highest level got tested in the previous examination. So thereby we don't expect like very big question, but you should be aware of joint product byproduct cost. Romba simple pa. Joint product byproduct cost allocation enna? First you should be taking total cost. You should take total cost. Total material, labor, overheads, full material, labor, overhead cost is taken. Then the NRV of byproduct and also some scrap is there na, idallam you should be deducting. So this is the cost, adjusted cost to be allocated for joint product, and it will be allocated in the proportion of selling price or sales value அப்படினு கேட்டா in the proportion of sales value. Selling price illa sales value, because the quantity also can be different. So thereby you should be taking the sales value of this joint product. Accordingly the cost will be allocated. Total cost minus NRV of byproduct and scrap, if any, you will get adjusted cost, will be apportioned to joint products in the proportion of sales value. This is AS2 la discuss பண்ணக்கூடிய problem areas, my dear friends, all of you. அப்போ cost or NRV, AS2 ல இந்த ஒரு லைன் சொல்லுங்க சார், cost or NRV whichever is lower. இதான் பண்ணணும். அந்த மெட்டீரியலுக்கு மட்டும் ஒரு exceptional scenario அது ரிமெம்பர் பண்ணணும். Fixed overheads allocation base பண்ணி ஒரு ஏரியா. இன்னொன்று ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்க வேண்டியது, my dear friends, if you have any normal loss, suppose my dear friends total cost is there, incurred for 5,000 units, we expect 10% normal loss. But actual units produced is 4,200 na, then this total cost will be allocated based on how many units, 4,200 or 4,500 or 4,500. So that point also you should be knowing, because 300 units will be considered as dash loss, abnormal loss, which should be separately determined and charged to P&L. In the point remember பண்ணிக்கோங்க, AS2 ல இதான் problem area. Normal loss, abnormal loss treatment, fixed overheads, joint product byproduct cost, basic principle of cost or NR whichever is lower, raw material cost, இந்த மாதிரியான areas தான் you should be having, ரைட்டா? சரி, இதுக்காக 10 சம் எல்லாம் இப்போ பார்க்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. 2 RTPல என்ன கொஸ்டின் AS2ல இருக்கோ அதை சால்வ் பண்ணாலே பயங்கர நாலேஜ் கிடைச்சிரும். அதுக்கான டைம் நிறைய இருக்கு. So don't go by chapter wise or preparation and all, RTP wise, suggested answer wise. You prepare this whole knowledge about various concepts, automatically you'll be getting, don't worry, right? Okay. With that, we are just putting an end to AS2, my dear friends. Next, what we have is AS3, cash flow statement. As far as cash flow statement is concerned, a vertical running statement is prepared classifying inflows and outflows of a business into 3 activities: operating, investing and financing. So then this is cash flow. To have more confidence, or reconciliation activity we do, so you have actually inflows and outflow, inflow outflow. So this 3 aggregation, the difference between opening and closing balance, which we call as net increase or decrease from opening to closing, we call as net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalents. Cash and cash equivalent. Appo இதுதான் டிஃபரன்ஸா இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு இருந்ததுன்னா ஓப்பனிங் ஆட் பண்ணினா it should match with the closing. That is what we are explaining as cash flow statement, right? சரி, அப்போ you will be given with some receipts and payments. You should know whether it is operating, investing, financing. So you should be grouping accordingly. அப்போ basically AS3 என்னன்னா எனக்கு தெரியணும் அது operating, investing, financing, is it cash and cash equivalent? Like that you should understand. And we have solved many problems. There are two methods for this. One is called direct method, other one is called indirect method. The difference is only in determining dash cash flows. The direct indirect method difference lies only in operating cash flow. If you take actual receipts, actual payment, then it is direct method. If you take through net profit the cash flow, then it is called indirect method. Sir, once again, actual receipts na enna sir? It is cash sales, collection from debtors. This is the main receipts operating. When you have payments for purchases and various other expenses, so this is what we are understanding as direct method. This is the direct method. Direct method operating cash flow. Then you will have cash flow before tax, tax paid. Adukapra last you should be showing dash cash flow. Something called extraordinary cash flow. Extraordinary cash flow, two things you remember: retrenchment compensation, VRS compensation. To இது ரெண்டுமே retirement related. இன்னொன்று insurance claim received, some legal suits நால paid compensation. These are the extraordinary cash flows that will be presented. Okay, so if you have any extraordinary cash flows, those extraordinary cash flows will be present as the last item. Okay, that's all. Okay, fine. If you take net profit might be having different levels. We prefer to have profit before tax. If the question is giving PAT, simply add tax. If the question is giving profit and loss balance in the balance sheet, la irukra profit and loss balance difference is called retained profit. Adala reserves, dividend rendume already adjusted. You should be reversing the dividend. You should also be reversing the reserves and the dividend should be adjusted. You'll be getting PAT. Then reverse tax, you'll be getting profit before tax. Apparanda, you should be going for non-cash and non-operating items. Just remember interest, dividend, interest components. Apro various other non-cash items like profit on sale, profit loss on sale, interest paid received, various depreciation, amortization. These are the things that normally comes as reversal. You know these items, my dear friends. So just aware of these reversals. So starting point is very important. I want you to remind you only one point. Any plus or minus is decided not from the memory, not from the list. It is that on that given profit, if it is already adjusted, we should be reversing it. If it is not adjusted, we should not be reversing. Just remember that particular point alone. So ideally we want to have PBT. Question A PBT கொடுத்துட்டாங்கனா then ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். Thereafter dividend and all will not have any problem. Like how we solved in the classroom, dividend and all, such dividend adjustments won't come, my dear friends, all of you. So very remote that dividend, like showing dividend account is not at all possible. Dividend account not at all possible because dividend payable item will never appear in the balance sheet. Dividend payable item will not be appearing in the balance sheet. So thereby directly only, like if at all they have given last year dividend paid in the current year, last year dividend paid in the current year. Now like that adjustments are given, adjustments last year dividend paid in the current year. Now what sort of impact that will have? Should I add back to profit? If you start with the balance sheet difference, definitely that should be added back. That should be added back. If you start with the balance sheet number, then even though it is a dividend of last year, it should be added back because it is adjusted in the current year. Last year dividend declared and paid in the current year, it was adjusted in the current year financial statement. So thereby it should be reversed. Also show that payment, the same amount will be shown as payment in the financing activity. So like how we discussed opening payable relating to last year, closing payable related to current year, like that and all won't come. Apo I could see one RTP question testing like this, which I discussed in our crash course also. What and all it is conveyed. It is we are preparing cash flow of the year 23-24. Dividend of 22-23 declared and paid in 23-24. Similarly, dividend of 23-24 declared in April 24. So this dividend of 23-24 declared in April 24 has got no role to play in our cash flow statement. Simply ignore it. Just last year dividend alone added back to profits, also shown in the financing activity. Dividend payable account venda. This adjustment is there na. Add back to profit if your starting point is retained profit. Suppose your starting point is only PAT. Only your starting point is PAT na. Profit la edum panna venda. Just to show the dividend in the financing activity. Like that you should be understanding. So dividend related much complication not there. If your fear element is like about dividend but tax whatever we discussed the same thing only will continue. Opening tax paid in the current year, closing tax is taken out of current year profit unless any of the information separately given. If separately given then fourth item will be balancing figure. Actually provision for tax opening balance, payment, closing balance taken out of current year. The 3 given na, fourth one balancing figure. 2 given na, then our assumption. Like that we explained you about provision for tax. Nothing beyond this. Similarly, interest and the loans treatment, my dear friends. Advances received from customer, advances given to suppliers, all these things are operating cash flows. Loans given to employees, adum operating cash flow da. Loans given to third parties da. Loans given to third parties is investing cash flow. Interest or nature depends upon the nature of the loan. Interest order nature depends upon the nature of the loan. Like that we understand. Loans given investing activity, loans taken financing activity, loans given to employees operating activity. That alone you remember, my dear friends, right? Cash and cash equivalents like cash in hand, cash at bank, short-term investments. Short-term investments. When I say short-term investment, it is nothing but so it should have 3 months or less maturity. It should be having insignificant risk of change in value. Insignificant risk of change in value, easily convertible into cash, readily realizable. These conditions should be satisfied. That is how AS3 is made of. AS3 the potential question could be a direct 14-mark question under indirect method. They will give you balance sheet. Upon the balance sheet then find out the difference. In the difference any adjustments given then have working notes. Difference no adjustments given then directly put into the cash flow statement as operating, investing or financing. For example, plant and machinery and all, when you have difference and the difference which is some more difference you may have to find out. Like they would have given only sale information, you may have to find out purchase information. In the plant and machinery they will give sale information, you may have to find out purchase information. Open the plant and machinery account. Like that and all, something provision for tax account may have to be open. Like that, few account, investment account, sale information may be given. You may have to find out the purchase information. Like that, questions might come. If it is direct method, then no problem. Easier you can put it into the operating, investing, financing, cash flows. Hope all of you understanding these things. But AS3 la, இது இல்லாம வேற ஏதாவது ஸ்பெஷல் இஷ்யூவா இருக்குன்னா அந்த மாதிரி எதுவும் கிடையாது. So now we are moving to the next standard, which is AS4. Shall we go to AS4 now? As far as AS4 is concerned, the title says that contingencies and events occurring after the balance sheet date. Contingency related, you have contingent liability, contingent asset, contingent gains, contingent loss. In the loss, contingent liability and contingent asset, both will be discussed in AS29. Contingent gain and contingent losses related, the standard says if the loss is probable, it is recognized. Loss is probable, it is recognized. If it is not probable, it need not be recognized. It is only disclosed. Contingent gain, there is no recognition, no disclosure. As far as contingent gain is concerned, there is no recognition, no disclosure unless it is virtually certain. Unless it is virtually certain. So this is the basic treatment of contingent gain and losses. Or smallest segment தான் relating to contingency discussed in AS4. Main part of AS4 என்ன அப்படின்னா, it is events occurring after the balance sheet date. So as far as events occurring after the balance sheet date, on the balance sheet date, situation or condition existed. Subsequently, after the balance sheet date, event occurs. Event is occurring after the balance sheet date. It is not event occurred before the balance sheet date. Event is occurring after the balance sheet date, which confirms this situation or condition existed on the balance sheet date. Then we call this as adjusting event. No, sir. Balance sheet date is there, but situation or condition arose after balance sheet date. Then event also occurred which confirmed that situation and condition. Then this is called a non-adjusting event. Those events which are indicative of situation or condition arose after the balance sheet date are called non-adjusting event. Simple balance sheet date and condition irunda subsequently confirmed aachina, it is adjusting. Balance sheet date no condition, it is non-adjusting. Only thing is you should be very clear. இது டக்குன்னு இந்த ஒரு கிளாரிட்டி கிடைச்சா ஈஸியா ஆன்சர் பண்ணுங்க. Any situation you will answer. What is that now? Existence of the situation and condition is to be assessed when the event is occurring. Once the event occurs, you check back whether the condition was there on the balance sheet date. There is no need that you need to be aware of the situation on the balance sheet date. For example, there was a fraud happened in March. Fraud happened in March, which you are not aware. April the fraud discovered. March the fraud transaction. April discovered. Adjusting or non-adjusting அப்படினு கேட்டா it is adjusting. You can't tell, I don't know, thereby no condition of fraud existed on balance sheet date. உனக்கு தெரியாதுன்னு சொல்லு. And the situation was there on the balance sheet date. So thereby our awareness is not the existence of condition or situation. Event occur on aprom, check was it there on the balance sheet date. That is what I told you, my dear friends, to check, and accordingly we can easily decide whether it is adjusting or non-adjusting event. So many examples has been quoted. So maybe 10 minutes spend பண்ணி அந்த examples எல்லாம் நீங்க அப்புறமா பார்க்கலாம். So basic examples are very simple, my dear friends. It is like, many times tested area is only money receivable from customer. Customer place la fire accident. Later on he became insolvent. அப்போ இது adjusting event. இதுவே customer place la fire accident occurred after the balance sheet date. Then he became insolvent. It is non-adjusting event. We have some stock. Fire accident in our place, destroying our stock. That is, fire accident took place after the balance sheet date, destroying our stock. It is non-adjusting event. Like that we can understand. Maybe somebody have filed a case against us before the balance sheet date itself. Somebody have filed a case against us before the balance sheet date. Now we created a provision to the extent of 5 lakhs. We created a provision to the extent of 5 lakhs. April judgment came and we were forced to pay 5,60,000. We were forced to pay 5,60,000. Appo in the balance sheet provision should be 5 or 5.6. Provision should be 5 or 5.6. You can put it in the chat box. So there was a case filed against us in the month of March. Our legal counsel says we will lose. So we created a provision of 5 lakhs. April judgment came and the amount came to 5.6 lakhs, 5,60,000. So இப்போ balance sheet provision 5 or 5.6, which means in other words the judgment வந்து and the increased portion adjusting or non-adjusting இதான் question. So you should know the point. No, it is adjusting or non-adjusting ஆன்னு கேட்டா it is obviously adjusting. It is obviously adjusting because on the balance sheet date we only made an estimation. We were not actually knowing the precise amount and the condition that it may be more than 5 lakhs or maybe less than 5, and the situation already existed and it was confirmed after the balance sheet date prior to the approval. Had it happened after the approval, it is not an event, but it happened before the approval of the financial statement. This becomes an adjusting event. இதுதான் இந்த தடவை டெஸ்ட் பண்ண ஏரியா RTP ல இருக்கிற क्वेश्चन செக் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கோங்க. So thereby you have to create the provision for 5 lakhs RTP வேற மாதிரி கேட்டிருந்தான் 5 lakhs அதுக்கப்புறம் legal counsel estimated in April that is 5.60 but actual liability came in the month of May 5.9 lakhs 5.6 5.9 but April last year we have approved the financial statements அப்போ 5.6 5.9 5.6 தான் because the 5.6 becoming 5.9 happened after the approval which we don't have control, so thereby and the 60,000 வரை restatement is possible அப்படின்ற மாதிரி case. In fact அந்த question அங்க கூட end ஆகல. Somebody filed a case against us. We have filed a case and another third party because actually we supplied goods pa. That person found that faulty. That is why he filed a case against us. Then we inquired why it was faulty na because of the poor raw material supplied by our supplier. So we have filed a case against our supplier. So அதுவும் high chance we will win the case அப்படின்னு legal counsel says that அப்போ அந்த amount we can recover to the extent of 4 lakhs. We have to pay 5.6, we'll get a recovery of 4 lakhs. அப்போ how much provision required? 1.6 5.6 5.6. This recovery which is reimbursement right cannot be adjusted against the provision AS29. One thing is that we are connecting AS4 and AS29. So AS29 discuss பண்ணும்போது if you have some reimbursement right, provision is a liability outflow. அதுக்கு against if you have some reimbursement right that should not be adjusted against the provision. This reimbursement right can be shown as an asset only if it is virtually certain. Only if it is virtually certain. Legal counsel says that 75% chance we will win the case. That's virtually certain illa. Virtually certain na judge have passed their judgment in favor of us. We are yet to receive the money. That's virtually certain. So thereby this cannot be recognized as an asset. It will be only disclosed as a contingent asset. It is not recognized as a contingent asset. It is only disclosed as a contingent asset, not in the notes, in the report of approving authority. In the report of approving authority. So நம்ம மேல போட்ட கேஸ் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டுக்கு உள்ள liability. நம்ம போட்ட கேஸ் கண்டிப்பா வின் பண்ணுவோம். 75% chance we will win the case, but we will not be shown in the accounts. Accounts within the balance sheet we will not show. Outside the balance sheet we will not show. It will be disclosed in the report of approving authority. அப்படின ஒரு connected problem we had. RTP check பண்ணி பாத்துக்கோங்க, right? Easy problem தான். So like that we are just connecting. So events occurring after the balance sheet date, I think you got some clarity there. So condition there, subsequently confirmed, adjusting. Condition not there, subsequently arose, non-adjusting event. Non-adjusting event na it is disclosed. But if the outflow is remote na, then disclosure not required. You should be knowing. Like that we are completing AS4. Now going to AS5. AS5 is grouping of income and expenses into ordinary items, ordinary exceptional, extraordinary items, prior period items, change in accounting estimate, change in accounting policy. Like this, grouping of income and expenses into these categories na AS5 oda objective. AS5's objective is to group income and expense in SOPL. SOPL you have lot of incomes and expenses. Those things will be identified to these categories. That's all. AS5 over. Ordinary exceptional, extraordinary, prior period item, change in accounting estimate, change in accounting policy. சரி, இந்த தடவை நிறைய சான்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால சொல்றேன். Every income and expense arise in a business are ordinary. Primarily, so that is not requiring any special disclosure. It is implied that every item arising in the normal course of business is ordinary. But even though they are ordinary, if it provides disclosure, if it provides better understanding to users, then disclose it separately. And that is why it is called as exceptional. Ordinary but exceptional. All income and expense are ordinary da. So there are certain items which are quite naturally part of the business activity, but we feel that if I show it separately, people have different understanding. Then show it separately. That is what we call it as ordinary exceptional. Maybe like last year's wages retrospectively we are paying. It is not that last year unaccounted wages and all, it is retrospectively we are increasing the salaries and wages. Upon the salaries and wages retrospectively increase, I can't change last year P&L. I will be booking only the current year P&L. So normal salary is 20 lakhs. Normal salary is 20 lakhs. This year I should have paid only 20 lakhs. I'm increasing salary by 5 lakhs, not only for the current year, but also from the preceding year, which means totally I should be paying salary how much in the current year? 30 lakhs. 20 lakhs normal salary, extra 5, not only for current year, but also for previous year. 5 lakhs for previous year, 5 lakhs for current year. But totally I'm paying 30 lakhs. But 30 lakhs ordinary item down. 30 lakhs ordinary item down. But in future PL, how much you expect? In future PL, how much you expect? 25 down. I mean, the extra 5 relates to last year. Other you should not say prior period item and all. You can't tell prior period item. It is part of current year item only. But only thing is, if I tell the readers that if it is relating to last year, people will have a better understanding about my current year performance. So thereby I will show this information separately. Hope you are following. About 25 will be shown as ordinary, 5 lakhs will be shown as ordinary exceptional. Like that we are understanding, my dear friends. 30 lakhs ordinary da. But if I show 5 lakhs separately, people will have a better understanding about my performance. Thereby I will be showing the 5 lakhs separately. So separately means what? How do you disclose it? I should show profit or loss before exceptional, profit or loss after exceptional. Then people will understand, oh, so for future I should be taking profit loss before exceptional because the exceptional item is not going to be there in future. Like that they will have a better understanding. Anyway, coming back to this about ordinary, ordinary exceptional over. Extraordinary clearly distinguishable from ordinary activity. Business did not expect it, but it happened. Like what, sir? Fire accident, theft, fire accident, insurance claim, cases filed against a company. See, every litigation can't be extraordinary. It is like, only special cases will be considered as, special suits filed against a company will be considered as extraordinary. For example, my dear friends, we are selling goods. We are getting warranty replacement, some regular litigations will come. Customer complaints regularly will be getting. Those litigations we will not be shown as extraordinary. That might be shown as ordinary but exceptional. But if it is some advertisement made and it is hurting the sentiments of other people and thereby they have filed a case, then that will be considered as what? Extraordinary. So regular business buying and sale of goods resulting things are not extraordinary. That is only ordinary. But if special suits filed against a company, then it can be considered extra, because this doubt is always there. Sir, books litigation they have given as example only for ordinary, sir. But you told the suits filed a compensation paid extraordinary. So compensation paid period amount of compensation solo. It is not like warranty replacement mari solla matom. So thereby other special case we will be normally calling that compensation as dash. Extraordinary. So regular litigation word I will be using only if it is happening recurring nature. Other than we call it as litigation. So that will be normally considered as part of ordinary. So that sort of small difference you should be understanding, since there is a doubt asked Ishwar. Sir, now assuming this retrospective amendment to wages is made before the financial statement of the previous year is approved, it will be a non-adjusting event. Only no, sir, as the liability to pay the amount arises only on the day. Your doubt poiche. Exactly. I don't know whether all of you understanding Ishwar's doubt. Retrospective restatement took place. So what happened now? 23-24 financial statement we are preparing. Now in the year, in April 2024, we have made some retrospective restatement. In April 2024, we have made some retrospective restatement, paying extra salary for 24-25 and also for 23-24. Apo, should we make, and this financial statement yet to be approved. Apo in the financial statement that extra salary can be accounted absolutely no. So you are right. So because on the obligation we never had on that particular date. We never had that obligation on that date. So it is purely an independent review that happened in the current period. So thereby it is non-adjusting event only, but it can be disclosed. It can be disclosed like that because it is having a huge impact on the financial statement. It can be disclosed. So that was one of the doubt raised. Hope all of you understood his doubts and also the answer. Doubt enna appadina, sir, last year amount you are paying this year and accounting in the current year. Adu okay, but last year amount, last year financial statement approve பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி if you know na, then will you make adjustment the last year அப்படின question. We are telling that no, because that review appraisal took place in the current year, obligation arose only in the current year, it can't be part of last year's balance sheet. Like that we are understanding about extraordinary. Prior period item means income or expense accounted in the current year on account of error or omission in one or more preceding periods. So you are booking income or expense in the current period on account of error or omission in one or more preceding periods. That is what we call as prior period item. AS5 AS5 in the important. Otherly very important area is prior period item. So last year if there is some error, some omission happened, this year we are accounting now, then that will be considered as prior period item. Then change in accounting estimate. Very simple, my dear friends. We are not discussing about making estimate. We are discussing about estimate made in some past year. That estimate is getting changed in the current year. So you should not be considering them as error. Last year we estimated bad debts to be 5 lakhs for the last year. But this year only we understand the bad debts is not 5 lakhs, it is 6 lakhs again for the last year. Appo extra 1 lakh bad debts of last year coming in the current year. It is error. No sir, error lappa. Estimate panna the estimation la konjam change aidu. Thereby that extra amount will be considered only as change in accounting estimate. Sorry, idu oru point. Similarly, this will be presented not as a new item or separate item. Change in accounting estimate will be presented either as an ordinary item or extraordinary item depending upon the nature of original estimate. If the original estimate was ordinary, change also ordinary. In this topic we are not discussing about making estimate, we are discussing about treatment of change in estimate. Appo estimate is something already made in the past. Appo and the estimate ordinary na, change ordinary. And the estimate extraordinary na, change extraordinary. Like that we are explaining. Last year we created some provision for some theft. Provision for theft which is not fully measured, but we know some theft happened, so we created a provision. That would have been accounted in the last year as extraordinary. This year actual amount we understood. About this year the change also will be accounted as extraordinary. Like that we are understanding. Similarly, change in accounting policy. Change in accounting policy related are very important segment. First of all, policy can be changed only under 3 different circumstances which you should be aware of. Policy should be changed only if it is required by accounting standard, it is required by statute for better presentation of financial statements. Similarly, certain things are not considered as change in accounting policy. Certain things are not considered as change in accounting policy. What and all, sir? It is introduction of new policy for change in substance of transaction. Change in substance of transaction. Change in substance of transaction, number 1. Similarly, introduction of new policy for transaction non-existed in preceding period or not material in preceding period. So change in substance of transaction. I told you few examples and all. The example given in the standard was like this, my dear friends. Retirement benefits we were given on a particular basis. Now the retirement benefits we are going to give on a different basis. For example, retirement, one person retired, we will give fixed 20 lakhs. Fixed 20 lakhs. Like that we were giving for 20-25 years. Now henceforth it is not fixed amount. It will be a percentage of last done salary. Like that scheme changing. Scheme change in the accounting changing. Up a new policy illa pass. It is new transaction. Thereby it cannot be considered as change in accounting policy. In a transaction order substance facts change ஆகுது. Obviously accounting has to be changed. That change in accounting, don't say it is change in accounting policy. If you want to say change in accounting policy, na transaction still remains the same, but the way in which your accounting is different, then only it can be considered as change in accounting policy. About change in substance of transaction, because of that policy also changed, but it is not change in accounting policy. Number one. Similarly, some transaction non-existed in the preceding period, now only it is arising in the current period. So you have never sold through a broker, now you are making sales through a broker. To make accounting for that sales, you are creating a policy that is not considered as change in accounting policy, because that sales never existed in the preceding period. Or certain scrap material which were immaterial in preceding year, now it has become material. Now you are creating a new policy, also will not be considered as change in accounting policy. So in the area, many times tested area from AS5. Appa AS5 la awareness about 6 things: ordinary, exceptional, extraordinary, prior period, change in accounting estimate, change in accounting policy. And what are not change in accounting policy, ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்டா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இதுதான் AS5 ஓட requirement. Moving to AS7. Construction contract. வருது. வந்ததுக்கும் போ. மார்னிங் 10 o'clock இருந்து பழகிட்டீங்களா? நாளைக்கு எக்ஸாம் எழுத போகும்போது நல்லா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ஷூர் பண்ண வேண்டியது ஸ்லீப், குட் ஸ்லீப். நல்ல அதுக்காக 10 மணி நேரம் தூக்கிடாதீங்க. ஓவராக தூங்கினாலும் தூங்குமுச்சியாகவே இருப்போம். ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு 10 o'clock தூங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க. 10 o'clock தூங்க ஆரம்பிச்சு மார்னிங் ஒரு 5-5:30 எழுந்தாலே போகிறோம். ஒரு 7.5 hours 8 hours 6 எழுந்தால் போகிறோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன படிக்கிறோமோ அது. ஸோ ஓவர் காலையில் எழுந்து எக்ஸாம் ஒரு 8 o'clock இருந்தால் கூட மார்னிங் 5 o'clock எழுந்து படிக்கிறதுல நியாயம் இருக்குது. எக்ஸாம் 2 o'clock. ஸோ யூ நீட் லாட் ஆஃப் அந்த எனர்ஜி லெவல். அதனால் ensure that you're just having a good sleep, as well as ஒரு மைல்டு ஃபுட்டு, மேபி ஒரு 11 o'clock ஒரு 5 minutes அப்படியே ஒரு மெடிடேஷன், ஒரு நல்ல எனர்ஜியோடு போகணும். எக்ஸாமில் அந்த 3 hours காமிக்கிற எனர்ஜி தான். நம்ம பிரெயின் பயங்கரமாக ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆகணும். நம்ம படிச்சிருக்கோம் படிக்கல அதெல்லாம் மேட்டர் கிடையாது. 3 hours நம்ம பிரெயின் நம்மளுக்கு எப்படி ஹெல்ப் பண்ண போதோ அதுதான் மேட்டர். இட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு ஹாவ் எ பிக் ரோல் டு பிளே. அங்கே அது கொஞ்சம் பயந்து மாதிரி இருந்தது. அந்த பிரெயின் ஒரு ஃபியர் எலிமெண்ட் கிரியேட் ஆச்சு, பேனிக் கிரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஃபஸ்ட்டு எம்சிக்கு 30 மார்க்கில் 2 தான் தெரியும், 28 தரல. உடனே ஐயோ போச்சு. அப்படி எதுவுமே கிடையாது. மேபி 70 marks எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சதா கூட இருக்கலாம். அந்த பேனிக் இல்லைன்னா அந்த 70 marks தெரியும், இல்லைன்னா அந்த 70 marks மிஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த பேனிக்கில் தெரிஞ்ச நிறைய இதை மிஸ் பண்ண சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. எவ்வளோ இதாகனாலும் பரவாயில்ல, அந்த காம்னஸ் தான். At the end of the day, how அந்த 3 hours you are going to maintain அப்படின்றது தான் எல்லாமே இருக்குது. அதனால் அதை அப்பப்போ அந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் இது பண்ணிக்கோங்க. எதுவுமே பாஸ்ட்டை சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. எக்ஸாம் ஹாலில் உட்காந்து இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் பெட்டராக படிச்சுருந்தா நிறைய மார்க் வந்திருக்கு வேணும். எக்ஸாம் ஹாலில் யோசிக்காதீங்க. அந்த ஒரு ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் மைண்டை ரொம்ப சிம்பிளாக வச்சுக்கோங்க, நல்லா எனர்ஜெட்டிக்காக வச்சுக்கோங்க. நம்புங்க, பாஸ் பண்ணிடலாம். கதை அந்த ஆள் என்னென்னமோ நடத்தியிருக்காரு அப்படின்னு நினச்சி செம்மையாக நிறைய மார்க் வாங்கும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ஒரு நம்பிக்கை கொண்டு வாங்க. AS7 construction contract primarily discuss about profit or loss. Profit or loss is nothing but contract revenue minus contract cost for the period. This contract revenue is nothing but total contract revenue into percentage of work completion. Total contract revenue into percentage of work completion. Contract cost actual amount. Contract revenue will be given in the question. Pick it from the question. Percentage of work completion. Sometimes that also may be given, many times not given. What we should do, sir? what we should do now, it should be actual expenditure incurred divided by estimated total cost. Estimated total cost. The estimated total cost separately directly can be given, or they may give estimation only for future now. Then this will have two parts. What are the two parts? Actual expenditure plus estimated further cost. So you should be really careful to understand this estimated cost alone. Is it estimated total cost of the contractor or estimated further cost? Accordingly, one number illa addition of two numbers abdina, you should carefully decide and accordingly take that particular percentage of completion. Once the percentage is completed, which is always cumulative percentage, it is not one year percentage, it is always cumulative percentage. Appo how to find out revenue? Revenue is total contract revenue into cumulative percentage of completion will give you cumulative revenue minus past recognized revenue will give current year revenue. Very simple understanding, my dear friend. Cumulative revenue minus past revenue will give current year revenue. Never will try to find out percentage separately. Never will try to find out revenue also separately. We will always find out cumulative. Cumulative percentage, cumulative revenue. Based on that only, we'll identify the current year revenue. Understood? Okay. Next, cost wise, it is always actual. So problem wise, something to be remembered is that if the cost information have some cost to be used in the next year, then it should be deducted in the current period. So materials purchased for 5 lakhs, 1 lakh to be used in the next year, then we should take material cost only 4 lakhs in the current period. Salaries totally 30 lakhs. 5 lakhs will be paid in the next year. 5 lakhs will be paid in the next year. We should take salary of how much? 30 lakhs we should be taking. Inga salary is 30 lakhs, 5 lakhs will be paid in next year. Doesn't mean the next year cost. Salary entire 30 lakhs current year payment in the next year. So anala careful will be tempted material deduct pandra mariye outstanding salary we may deduct அப்படினு கேட்டா we should not be deducting the outstanding salary. அந்த மாதிரி பார்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. கேர்ஃபுல்லா you should be knowing what is the expenditure incurred. So once you know the expenditure incurred from revenue, you deduct, you will be getting profit or loss. Very simple point. ஒரே ஒரு problem area, that is a major problem area, finding out profit or loss. Second problem area, what if the outcome of the contract is loss, then entire loss should be recognized immediately by creating provision for future loss. So ஒரே தடவை தான் ரெண்டு எக்ஸாம்ல AS7 வந்திருக்கு, 7 மார்க்ஸுக்கு நேராக வந்திருக்கு. AS7 7 மார்க்ஸ் வந்திருக்கு. ஸோ இதில் ஒரு காம்ப்ரஹென்சிவ் ப்ராப்ளம் தான் வந்திருக்கு. பட் மெனி டைம்ஸ் இந்த பாஸ் லாஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி டெஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்த தடவை மறுபடியும் லாஸ் பேஸ் பண்ணி டெஸ்ட் பண்ண சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஸோ தே மே கிவ் யூ லைக் திஸ்: காஸ்ட் இன்கர்டு so far it is 8 lakhs, estimated further cost it is 12 lakhs. அதுக்கப்புறம் contract revenue it is like 15 lakhs, contract revenue 15 lakhs, like this information given. இப்போ what is the profit or loss to be recognized in year 1? What is the profit or loss to be recognized? What is the contract revenue? What is the contract cost? What is the profit or loss? They will ask you three things. Revenue how much அப்படின்னா that has to be based on percentage of completion தான். Percentage how much? 8 lakhs by 8 further cost given 12 lakhs. 8 plus 12 into 100. We understand that as 40%. We are understanding contract P&L contract revenue how much abdina? It is 15 lakhs into 40%. It is 6 lakhs. Contract cost it is 8 lakhs. We are getting there is a loss of 2 lakhs. But in the loss of 2 lakhs panna pattadu, because we are understanding total cost 20, total revenue 15. By the end of the contract, you will be having a loss of 5 lakhs. மொத்த loss we should be booking now. ஒரு ஷார்ட்கட்டுக்கு வேணும்னா சொல்லணும்னா net loss has to be 5 lakhs. அப்போ you have to actually create a provision for further loss to the extent of 3 lakhs. How you actually got 3 lakhs? Now I will tell you. It is 5 lakhs total loss, 40% is actually related to current year, 60% related to future. அதுக்கு தான் we should create a provision. 5 lakhsல 60%, 3 lakhs loss, we create a provision for future loss. Thus, மொத்த லாஸும் booked in the first year itself. 5 lakhs லாஸும் booked in the first year itself. இது another important problem area. அதுக்கப்புறம் you should be knowing that seminar content. What is the seminar content? Combining, segmenting. அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி ப்ராப்ளம் கேன் கம் மை டியர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ். ஜஸ்ட் எப்போயாவது டைம் கிடைக்கும் போது நோட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. நிச்சயம் அதை நோட் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஏரியா தான் கம்பைனிங் கண்டிஷன்ஸ், செக்மெண்டிங் கண்டிஷன். இன் தட் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் தட் கம்ஸ் இன் எக்ஸாமினேஷன், you need not calculate anything. Just code the conditions and say whether you will combine or you will segment. அப்படின்னு சொன்னாலே answer 5 marks will be getting. So the problem கிடையாது, just understanding that combining condition, segmenting condition. Okay, so this is AS7 related problem areas, my dear friends. Moving to AS8 no standard கிடையாது, AS9 revenue recognition. Revenue recognition கண்டினியூஸாக அப்படியே கேட்டுகிட்டே இருக்கும், ப்ராப்ளம்லாம் சால்வ் பண்ணல. தட் இஸ் வை டோல்ட் யூ, இது கஷ்டமாக தான் இருக்கும். நடுவில் ஏதாவது சாப்பிட்ணுனாலோ காஃபி ஏதாவது குடிக்கணுனாலோ அப்போ நீங்கள் ஆஃப் பண்ணிவிட்டு பண்ணுங்கள், இன்னும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை. பிகாஸ் ரெகுலராக 7:30 சாப்பிட்டு பழகிட்டேன் சார் அப்படின்னா ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ஓகே, ஆனால் மறுபடியும் அப்பப்போ வந்து வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணி உள்ளே வந்துட்டிங்கன்னா ஒரு ஹாப்பினஸ் இருக்கும். ஆஃப் பண்ணினாலும் நடுவில் ஒன்றும் ப்ராப்ளம்லாம் கிடையாது. ஐ கேன் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் டிஃபிகல்ட்டி. இங்கே தான் பசங்க மாட்டிக்கிட்டாங்க. இங்கே வந்து நான் சொன்னேன் ஆன்லைன் போகிறோம் அப்படின்ட்டு, இருந்தாலும் வென் இஸ் பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் பிரேக்குன்னு கேட்குறாங்க. பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் பிரேக்குன்னு ஒன்று கிடையாது. இது அட் எ ஸ்ட்ரெச்சு 3 hours உட்கார ஒரு ப்ராக்டிஸ். பசியில் எப்படி லாஸ்ட் 1 hour உட்காரது அப்படின்னு ஒரு ப்ராக்டிஸ் தான் நெக்ஸ்ட்டு உங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுக்க போகிற ஒரு விஷயம். ஓகே ஃபைன். இங்கே இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் என்ன வேணால் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ அதனால் பிரேக் எல்லாம் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு எதிர்பார்த்துருப்பாங்க. தெர் இஸ் நோ பிரேக் என்றால் இப்போது அந்த 2 to 4 முடிச்சிட்டோம். நம்ம வந்து 11 o'clock லஞ்ச் சாப்பிட்ருப்போம். 11 or 11:30 12 லஞ்ச் சாப்பிட்டு எக்ஸாமுக்கு போயிருப்போம். கண்டிப்பாக 4 o'clock பசிக்கும். அந்த 4 to 5 பசியில் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுவோம், செம்மையாக எழுதுவோம். அந்த ப்ராக்டிஸ். ஓகே ஓகே ஸோ AS9 revenue recognition. As far as revenue recognition is concerned, my dear friends, 3 conditions, my dear friends. Performance should be completed. To recognize revenue, you should do some performance. Then certainty in collection. Certainty in collection. Then it has to be reliably measurable. Reliably measurable. Like that, 3 conditions should be satisfied. Relating to the performance. First of all, revenue consists of 3 types of revenue. To be precisely, we will say it is like sale of goods, services, then use of resource by others yielding 3 things. It is interest, royalties, dividend. Interest, royalties, dividend. Dividend is a declaration. Declare another we can book. Proposed stage we cannot book. Last year dividend declare in the current year, this year it can be booked as income, dividend. As far as royalties are concerned, accrual basis. Interest to accrual. Only thing is interest is pakkava time accrual basis. Inge the accrual is decided by the terms of agreement. Based on production, based on sales, based on time. எப்படி வேணும் அக்ரிமெண்ட் என்னவோ அதுதான் அக்ரூயல். லைக் தட் வி அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். போத் ஆர் அக்ரூயல். ஒன்று டைம் அக்ரூயல், இன்னொன்று அக்ரிமெண்ட் பேஸ்ட் அக்ரூயல். லைக் தட் வி அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். இதுதான் பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீஷன். பட் இதுக்கும் other 2 conditions should be satisfied. Certainty in collection as well as reliably measurable. If those things exist. As far as sale of goods is concerned, my dear friends, see, ownership should have been transferred. Similarly, risk and reward incidental to ownership or transfer. Significant risk and reward should be transferred, which means ownership transfer. Adu mattum pathadu. You should not be retaining any significant risk. For example, I sold goods, but until delivery, I am continuing to have the risk. Bill invoice raised, money received, sale over. But the delivery I have taken charge. And until delivery, I will bear the risk. Then you cannot book the revenue. March 31, Vasantan Kola, they sold so many products. yet to deliver அப்படினா அதெல்லாம் they should not be booking as sales of March 31. They should be booking only sales in the next year because still they have some dash component, risk component. அப்போ ரிஸ்க்கும் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆனாதான் ரெவன்யூ ஷுட் பி புக்டுன்னு இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சொல்லுது. இட் இஸ் நாட் மியர்லி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆஃப் ஓனர்ஷிப் அலோன். யூ ஷுட் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஓனர்ஷிப், யூ ஷுட் ஆல்சோ ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் த ரிஸ்க் அண்ட் ரிவார்ட் அப்படின்னு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங். சரி, இதுவே டெலிவரி டிலேட் அட் த பையர்ஸ் ரிக்வெஸ்ட். Delivery delayed at the buyer's request. So what happens with a wholesaler? I go for some purchase of goods. I am a retailer shop, so I went there and I have already paid money and I told that monthly you deliver goods or you deliver goods after 20 days. My storage is now full. After 20 days I will take. So it is purely because of my request delivery is delayed. Then sales can be accounted at the time of transfer of ownership itself, provided the goods are identified. Goods are yet to be manufactured, then sales cannot be accounted. Goods are manufactured, it is identified, they cannot use it for anything. I just asked for 20 days vecha apparama vaangikrena, then it should be booked as sales immediately. Like that we are understanding. In sales related, when you have sale and repurchase agreement, 10,000 worth of goods, I will sell it to you for 15,000 now. Later on, I will buy from you for 18,000 rupees. Agreement. Today, I am selling the goods to you for 15,000. Later on, after 6 months, I will buy from you for 18,000. Then no sales will be accounted. This is called financing arrangement. Upon the sales, how I will be accounting? I will be accounting bank to loan or bank to advance or bank to loan. I will be accounting 15,000, my dear friends. Later on, how I will account? I have to purchase this goods again. No, other purchase will not be accounted. What will be accounting is that it is loan 15,000, interest 3,000, to bank 18,000. Even though legally it is purchase transaction and sale transaction, but standard says that anga purchasing kadiyadu, selling kadiyadu, you took a loan, you repaid it. It's only a financing arrangement. Like that the standard states, my dear friends. Right? Then consignment transaction, only when the goods are sold by consignee to outsiders. Similarly, sale or return transaction means either the goods are approved or time limit expired. Only then it should be accounted as sales. Otherwise, it is not sales. Like that, these are all very fundamentals. So, sale or return, consignment sales, delivery delayed at the buyer's request, advertisement related. I am an advertising agency. 2 forms of amount I will get. One is for production of advertisement, another broadcasting of advertisement. If it is production of advertisement, then I should be recognizing income only on the completion of the entire production. Only on the completion of the entire production. Suppose the production involves shooting at Singapore and Australia. Singapore shooting is over before March. April the Australia shooting. So can I book partially some revenue, proportionate? No, because if Australia shooting is not completed, Singapore shooting will not have any value. Totally 10 seconds or advertisement, 5 seconds advertisement over. Adhukaga, they are not getting any benefits until the advertisement is fully produced. But either way, broadcast, March broadcast, April broadcast, March broadcast over na, can I partially book? Yes. Apo production related completed service method you should follow, and broadcast based proportionate or percentage completion method you should be recognizing revenue. Production completed service, broadcast percentage completion you should be following. Like that you should be understanding, my dear friends. Right? This is what AS 9 oda revenue recognition principles. அடுத்தது AS 10 property, plant and equipment. Property, plant and equipment. As far as property, plant and equipment is concerned, core problem area identifying the cost, my dear friends. Identify the cost, which is nothing but, my dear friends, if it is acquired for cash, again it is the purchase price. directly attributable expenses, PV of present value of dismantling liability. Three things. If it is exchange panina, then fair value. Exchange panina, it is fair value. Fair value not determinable. The transaction lacks commercial substance, then it will be at book value. First preference is fair value. Adini which fair value na? Fair value of asset given up. Fair value say tharalana, then it is book value of the asset given up the cost of the PPE acquired. Like that. If it is self-constructed PPE na, if it is self-constructed PPE means it is material cost, labor cost, overhead cost. So exclude what abdina? Abnormal cost, internally generated profit. Then you should be knowing about directly attributable cost, then exclusion from cost. These things and all you should remember. That's all. AS1 though we discussed 10-12 hours, you should be knowing directly attributable cost to what and all. It is employee cost, our own employees used in the supervision, fittings, installation, our own employee cost. Though usually employee salary will be charged to P&L, if our employee used in this installation and all will be taken into the cost of PPE. Then cost of site preparation, cost of site preparation. Then you have like a delivery cost, installation cost, trial run cost, net of proceeds from trial run, borrowing cost if it is qualifying asset, right from the date on which the asset commenced and till it is only completed. Borrowing cost also will be capitalized. Directly attributable cost, remember pannanga. Similarly, exclusion cost, the cost of introducing new facility, new product, then abnormal cost we already conveyed, my dear friends. So staff training cost, the staff training cost, all these things should not be capitalized. So those exclusion you should remember. This is a main problem area, determining cost. This is a problem area. Second problem area could be the subsequent expenditure. Subsequent expenditure, we told three situations. Subsequent expenditure, we told there are three situations. What are three situations? Subsequent expenditure, one is day-to-day repairs and maintenance cost. Repairs and maintenance cost. It is always expensed. Major part replaced. Major part replaced na present carrying amount. So 30 lakhs. Originally purchased for 50 lakhs, we already charged depreciation of 20 lakhs, so presently it is 30 lakhs. Either one part is getting replaced by additionally you spending 8 lakhs. What you spend will be fully capitalized. New part. So in the new part, when we are changing na, adala old part is dismantled or it is taken away. Adoda carrying amount should be deducted. And the carrying amount of old part, if it is mentioned in the question directly separable, then no problem, directly deduct it. Otherwise, it is determined based on the discounted, depreciated current cost. Discounted, depreciated current cost. That is, in fact, firstly, you should identify the current cost. It should be discounted and it should be depreciated. RTP question irukku marakama அந்த question solve பண்ணிடுங்க ஓகேவா சோ அதுக்கு முன்னாடி RTP ல ஒரு question இருந்தது அதுல they didn't give you this discounting, they directly gave you at the time that old part of the cost was this much, you need to only depreciate. But in the latest RTP the question is like this, they have given the current market price, they gave discount rate, so first discount பண்ணி அதுக்கு அப்புறம் depreciation charge பண்ணி deduct பண்ணனும். So present carrying amount plus cost of new part is added, carrying amount of WDV of old part is deducted. இத மட்டும் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. இது another problem area. Revaluation profit, revaluation reserve, revaluation loss na charged in P&L. But you should do this. யாருக்கோ break வேணும் போல இருக்கு admin அந்தல்லையே. 1 minute, screen not visible. Ah. See, the Prime subscription or the Netflix subscription, all these things. See, once they have received the money and they are giving you the content, so then obviously, like, that is already booked as income, because that income is certain there. They have already loaded all the content from their side. So naturally, it is no more refundable. So whether you see, whether you don't see, on the particular amount, the event of subscription becomes their performance. So because from their side, the loading is already made and the content already loaded. And over the period, they may load the new content, but other expenditure side, income is pakka once the subscription is made from their side. Revaluation profit, revaluation reserve, revaluation loss, P&L. But before you recognizing this original treatment, if the opposite of this happened in the past, it should be reversed. We should be having the understanding. So this is the original treatment for revaluation profit, revaluation loss. But before doing this, in the past, if the opposite happened, then it should be reversed. So past loss, it is already debited in P&L. Now it is profit. Then on the debited P&L should be credited. Still, if you have profit, then you will be crediting revaluation reserve, like that. Past profit, there be you credited revaluation reserve. Presently, you are having loss. Before you give original treatment of debiting P&L, reverse the past treatment. Debit revaluation reserve. Then still, if you have further loss, debit P&L, like that. We understood the treatment of revaluation profit or revaluation loss. This understand பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Entries, we taught you two things. அதில் ஏதாவது ஒரு approach you should be following, my dear friends. So on the restatement of the cost and accumulated depreciation. இன்னொன்று WD, first convert into WDV, then simply make the entry for increase or decrease. Like that we taught you the entry. Depreciation wise, my dear friends, life, residual value, even sometimes the value of the asset or method, all these things can change. You should give dash effect, prospective effect, by considering remaining depreciable amount, remaining useful life. You should always give prospective effect by considering remaining depreciable amount, remaining useful life. This is based on depreciation to be charged. There is a component method of depreciation, means out of the total asset, some part having different life with a significant portion of value, then that should be separately depreciated. Or building or a roof. So building total cost 40, 10 lakhs roof. Building life 20 years, roof 10 years, the roof or cost separate depreciation should be computed. Like that, we have already seen the examples. So that is what component method of depreciation. At the time of sale, difference between sale value, book values, profit or loss. once asset is taken out of use, it is held for sale. PPE, as long as it is in usable condition, it is always non-current asset only. But once it is taken out of use and held for sale, then it should be considered as current asset. It should be considered current asset, and it will be valued at NRV or the book value, whichever is lower. That principles also you should be knowing. Because ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் தான் ஆர்டிபியில் தான் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. Fixed assets held for sale will be classified as what? So it will be classified only as current asset. But அதுவே PPA with the remaining life of 6 months, balance sheet date remaining life of 6 months will be considered as non-current asset or current asset. PPE with a remaining useful life of 6 months. இன்னொரு 6 months தான் இருக்கு. Total 10 years, இன்னொரு 6 months தான் இருக்கு. Current or non-current? That is non-current. Only if it is not in usable condition, it is held for sale, it will be considered as current asset. That point you should be knowing. Okay. So that was in relation to AS10, my dear friends. So AS10 problem area, cost of PPE acquired for cash, exchange, self-constructed. அதோட சேர்த்து தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது directly attributable cost, exclusions from cost. அடுத்தது replacement of major part, revaluation related treatment, revaluation related treatments, then depreciation treatment, அப்புறம் sale treatment. This is what primarily you should be knowing. The subsequent change in liability, it is never tested at an examination level, so you need not be giving much significance to that particular area. Okay va? This is AS10. Going to the next standard, which is AS11, the effects of changes in foreign exchange rate. 3 problem areas. One, foreign branch translation. இன்னொன்று forward contract. இன்னொன்று, it is the basic accounting for foreign currency transaction. All the transaction initially recorded at the spot rate. The rate, spot rate, rate prevailing at the time of making the transaction. When you do the transaction, what rate? That is called spot rate. Initially, spot rate it will be accounted. Later on, monetary items restated. Monetary items restated. Monetary items are receivables and payables. Fixed receivable and payable. Sales is fixed receivable or payable. Sales is income. That is receivable or payable. Purchase, salaries, incomes and expenses. So only assets and liability will be considered as monetary item. Incomes and expenses will never be monetary. That is fixed, sir. Fixed importance. Fixed receivables, payable. Assets and liability alone will be considered as monetary item. Sorry. That will be restated to balance sheet date rate. Restated. Difference recognized as gain or loss in SOPL. Then at the time of settlement time, difference between settlement value and the book value, further gain or loss. So like that, we'll be booking gain or loss in 2 different periods. Up to the balance sheet date, some gain or loss. After the balance sheet date, settlement gain or loss. Like that, we'll be accounting, my dear friends. This is the basic accounting for foreign currency transaction. Goods sold to a foreign customer for $1,000, 60 rupees. Debtors to sales, 60,000. Balance sheet date $1 equal to 63. Ayyo, appo debtors to sales amount, debtors alone restated, sales not restated, debtors restated to 63,000 by booking a gain of 3,000 rupees. After 2 months, somewhere in the month of May, we realized $1,000. At the time, it was 62 rupees. Books data 63,000. We realized $1,000 at 62. There is a loss of 1,000 rupees. Like that, we are understanding about recognizing gain or loss, my dear friends. Initially at the spot rate, restated to balance sheet rate. Which motta transaction meva? No, only monetary item. Later on, monetary item will give you settlement gain or losses. This is what we are understanding. Idhula oru option is there. There is an option. What is option? Para 46A option. If it is long-term monetary item, it is not applicable to short-term monetary item. If it is long-term monetary item, and if you are having gain or loss relating to depreciable asset and any other items, if it is related to depreciable asset, adjusted against the value of asset, instead of taking to P&L. Normally gain or loss comes na 60,000, restate to 63, that's okay. 3,000 is loss because loan restatement loss, and the loss you can adjust against the value of the asset, which means you can add to the value of the asset, like that we are understanding. But if it is not related to depreciable asset, if it is any other requirement, then what will you do? Then it will be recognized in an account called FCMITDA, foreign currency monetary item translation difference account. In the balance sheet, it will be shown as part of reserves and surplus, and every year some portion will be transferred to P&L equally. This is the treatment given in para 46A. So first, once again, primarily every difference should go to P&L. Para 46A option, if they have followed, if the company have followed that option, then if it is long-term monetary item, differences can be either adjusted against the value of depreciable assets. If such depreciable asset non-existent, then it will be recognized in the account called FCMITD. Where will you show FCMITD in the balance sheet? Assets and liability side? It is in the reserves and surplus. Positive item or negative item. And every year it will be taken to P&L. This is the accounting for foreign currency transaction. Foreign branch we will discuss. Before that, forward contract. AS11 not tested with serious problems in the previous exam, so there is high chance. High chance. Forward contract, two types of contract. We call this as hedging contract, speculative contract. Hedging contract, speculative contract. Hedging contract means you have a foreign currency receivable, and the receivable value might keep on reducing. So to mitigate against the risk of reduction, you are entering into a contract to sell that foreign currency. Now itself you are freezing the loss or you are avoiding the loss. So that is what we are understanding as hedging. Hedging, so you sold goods to a foreign customer. For future, $1,000 you will get. But the dollar value keep on reducing. 63 becoming 61, 50. You anticipate reduction. It's not reducing, it is anticipate reduction. By the time you will get, it will be 50 rupees. But at that time, it will be 50,000 rupees. Now itself, you are entering a contract to sell dollar. Bank tell that we will accept for 60 rupees after 3 months when you give $1,000. If you enter into some forward contract to buy or sell foreign currency to protect against certain risk, foreign exchange risk, then that is called hedging contract. So hedging contract, what should we do, sir? Then the difference between spot rate and the contractual rate booked as gain or loss, it is actually not directly called as gain or loss. It is called discount or premium. It is called discount or premium and amortized over the period of contract. Amortized over the period of contract. So today the spot rate is 62. Bank says that we will buy for 60 rupees. Contractually signed. Future, what I should do? Give $1,000 and get 62. Get 60. But today value 62. No, you are finding there is some loss. So to the extent of 2,000. That 2,000 will be amortized over the period of the contract under hedging. Speculation, you don't have receivable and payable. More contract entered that I will give $1,000 in future for getting in return 60,000 rupees. So andamari, if you enter into speculation, why did you enter into such contract to supply 1,000 contract? Because you are anticipating that huge reduction in the dollar price. You thought that future you can buy dollar for 50 rupees and you can sell to that banker for 60 rupees. Andamari speculation, gambling basis you are entering into a forward contract. In that case, what will be your gain or loss? Today, when you're entering into the contract, there is some spot rate. That spot rate will be ignored. Then there is another spot rate that existed at the time of expiry of the contract. Then you have the contractual rate. So at the time of executing the contract, executing means at the time of honoring the contract, imagine market price is 56 and the contractual rate is 60 rupees. Now you are finding a gain of 4 rupees. Either way, market at the time 65 rupees, you have to buy at 65 and you have to give at 60 rupees, you will be having a loss of 5 rupees. So here speculation la entire gain or loss will be accounted at the time of expiry of the contract. How much is the difference? Which two value differences? Spot rate at the time of honoring the contract and the contractual rate. But under the contractual rate will be considered. Which spot rate consider the discussion. So this way hedging spot rate at the time of entering into the contract. Speculative contract na spot rate at the time of honoring the expiry of the contract. That's what I'm understanding, my dear friends. Foreign branch will be classified into integral foreign operation, non-integral foreign operation. இதெல்லாம் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாஸ் இருக்குன்னு ரிமைண்டர் கொடுக்கலாம். ஸோ தட் இதை சும்மா ஒரு கிளான்ஸ் த்ரூ பண்ணலாம். கிளான்ஸ் த்ரூ பண்ணி புரியலன்னா அப்படியே விட்டுட்டு போயிடுங்க. இப்போ இது எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கணும் இந்த ரிவிஷன் அப்படின்னா, இந்த ஏரியா இருக்கு, ஓகே எனக்கு ஞாபகம் வந்துச்சு, செக் பண்ணி பார்ப்போம், புரியுது, இல்லை ரொம்ப புரியல, விட்டுருங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி அதை பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஸோ மேக்ஸிமம் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாஸ் ஐம் லிஸ்டிங் அவுட். ஓகே, ஸோ ஃபார் யூ டு கோ த்ரூ நெக்ஸ்ட் 24 hours. இந்த 24 ஹவர்ஸ்ல மெயினாக பார்க்க வேண்டியது ஆர்டிபி. இதெல்லாம் ஆர்டிபியில் பார்க்கறது வந்து இட் டசன்ட் டேக் லைக் 24 hours. இட் டேக்ஸ் லைக் டுடே ஐ கம்ப்ளீட்டட் 2 suggested answer and 1 ஆர்டிபி. ஸோ ஒரு 2 ஹவர்ஸில் 2.5 ஹவர்ஸில். ஸோ விச் மீன்ஸ் நீங்கள் ஒரு 6 hours 7 hours ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணாலே உங்களுக்கும் முடியும். அது இல்லாமல் இன்னும் எக்ஸ்ட்ராவாக ரெஃபர் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஏரியாவை நோட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. இதை நான் பார்க்கணும், இதை நான் சொல்கிறது நான் ஸ்பீட்லேயே உங்களுக்கு புரியணும்லாம் கிடையாது. இட் இஸ் நாட் இன் த ஸ்பீடு யூ வில் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் திங்ஸ் அண்டால் மேபி யூ ரிமெம்பர் இதை செக் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தோணும். ஓகே, ஸோ ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாஸ் என்னெல்லாம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் கிரியேட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறோம் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. இன்டெகிரல் ஃபாரின் ஆப்ரேஷன், நான் இன்டெகிரல் ஃபாரின் பிரான்ச் ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸ் வில் பி கிவன். யூ வில் பி ஆஸ்க்ட் டு ட்ரான்ஸ்லேட் இட். இதுதான் ஃபாரின் பிரான்ச் ப்ராப்ளம். ஸோ when you do this particular foreign branch translation, if they say it is integral, classify the trial balance items into monetary, non-monetary. All the monetary item using the balance sheet date rate. Non-monetary item using the actual, which is substituted by opening rate, closing rate, average rate. Non-monetary items which will be translated by using opening, closing, average rate. All the incomes and expenses generally translated by using average rate. Opening rate edu sir? Suppose you have some landed building, plant and machinery for which separate rate not given, then I will be using opening rate. Opening stock is there, opening rate. Closing stock is there, I will use closing rate. Actually, I am supposed to use actual rate. Actual rate is something they should tell. When I purchase land and building, how much is the rate? And the rate should be used. So, naturally, I will be using only the opening rate. So, like that, we are understanding. Now, after translation of a tallied trial balance, by using different rates, we will be getting a trial balance which is not tallied, which means you will have some difference. And the difference will be recognized as exchange gain or loss. Exchange gain or loss in SOPL. This is the integral foreign operation or foreign branch or a basic problem area. So foreign branch problem area, sir, they will give you a trial balance in foreign currency, convert that into the reporting currency by using appropriate exchange rate. What are the various exchange rate? Opening rate, closing rate, average rate, actual rates. Sometimes they will be mentioning computer was purchase was this much, and the rate should be used. Like that only we are understanding. If it is non-integral, then we classify items into balance sheet item and SOPL item. All the balance sheet item, whether it is monetary or non-monetary, all the balance sheet item will be translated by using closing rate. SOPL items will be translated by using actual rates. Average and actual, again, which is substituted by opening, closing or average. Mostly incomes and expenses are translated by using average rates. Now here you will be having differences. These differences will be considered as a reserve in the balance sheet. We call this as foreign currency translation reserve. This will not be shown as gain or loss in SOPL. So it will be shown only as a reserve in the balance sheet. This is the simple difference between integral and non-integral. So as far as non-integral is concerned, even PPE, investments, every balance sheet items will be translated by using closing rates and not by the actual rate. But integral are then in the receivables and payables mattunda balance sheet rate, PP எல்லாம் வந்து actual rates to be used. Like that you should be knowing the rules of translation, my dear friends, as far as foreign branch is concerned. Since bills receivable, bills payable, loans receivable, loans payable, debentures, இதெல்லாம் கூட non-monetary item தான். Outstanding salaries, I'm sorry, monetary items. Outstanding salaries. So major அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது trade receivable, trade payable அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கணும். But anything which is expressed as fixed receivable and fixed payable will be understood as monetary items. So that includes even financing and investing item of loans receivable and loans payable also as monetary items. Since foreign branch discuss பண்ணதனால இதோட சேர்த்து connect பண்ணி branch சொல்றேன். Branchல you should solve problem, that's all. We can take the topic now. Highly expected stock and data system. Highly expected stock and data system problem area. You know that in a dependent branch, accounts will be maintained at head office either under data system by preparing a simple account called branch account. If you are preparing a simple account of branch account, basic transaction is goods sent to branch, cash sent to branch, goods returns, cash remittance, which means in this data system, dependent branch data system, we are accounting only the transaction between head office and branch. Goods sent, goods returns, cash sent, cash remittance, nothing else. Sir, cash sales, credit sales, collection from debtors, bad debts, discount allowed, nothing will account. We'll account only this. Apart from this, we'll account opening balance of net asset at branch. When I say net asset, assets minus liability. Generally, you would have practiced only by stock, debtors, cash. There will be liabilities also. So it is net asset at branch, closing net asset at branch. Then one more thing what we should do now, if the information of stock is at invoice price, it should be converted into cost price by recognizing stock reserve, opening, closing. This goods sent also will be representing at invoice price. Those should be converted into cost price. The difference is profit or loss. Like that, simple will be presenting branch account, and data system. But highly expected what I told them, stock and data system, because previous exam was like, branch trading and P&L. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி we had a foreign branch of 7 marks. அப்போ இந்த ரெண்டு ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ற ஒரு அனாலிசிஸ்ல பக்ஷி சொல்லுது மேபி லைக் ஹை சான்ஸ் இருக்கிறது இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டாக் அண்ட் டேட்டா சிஸ்டம் 14 மார்க்ஸ்க்கு ஹை சான்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுது. ஓகே, அப்போ யூ ஹவ் டு ப்ரிப்பேர் வாட் அண்டால்னா ஸ்டாக் அண்ட் டேட்டா சிஸ்டம் அப்படின்னா கண்டிப்பாக அது 14 மார்க்ஸ் வரும். ஸோ ஒரு 7 மார்க்ஸ் அப்படின்னு வராது, மேபி 10+4 அப்படின்னு வரலாம். Okay, 7 marks already, 2 less for a stock and data system problem. Branch stock lengthy ஆக்கணும்னா அந்த மாதிரி 7 marks கேட்டு ஏதோ பண்ணுவான் ஏதோ sadist examiner. Branch stock, branch debtors, branch cash, branch expenses, branch adjustment, branch P&L, goods sent to branch account அப்படின்னு ஒரு 7 accounts presentation தான் stock and data system. இதில் you will have stock, debtors and cash will have generally opening balances. Stock எழுதும் போதே the stock related profit will be accounted in the profit account, which is nothing but adjustment account. The stock related stock reserve the profit will be account in the adjustment account. When you send to the goods will be recorded the invoice price. இதோட cost price will be recorded in the goods sent to branch account, which actually transferred to purchases. profit will be accounted in the profit account. So, which means the system is profit is accounted for all the goods available at the branch. Opening stock profit account பண்ணிட்டேன். During the year we sent the goods accounted. Then whatever goods not sold, we will remove it. Goods returned, we will remove it. Goods lost, we will remove the profit. Balance is the gross profit. So is how we are understanding the basic concept of stock and debtor system. We book the profit on opening stock. We book the profit on goods sent. We'll remove the profit on 3 instances. One, when the goods are returned, when the goods are lost, when the goods are unsold, closing stock, balance profit naturally represent gross profit on goods sold. Gross profit on goods sold. The point that the branch stock account, when you balance, after recording sales and closing stock, it is expected to tally. If it is not tallying, and if you find credit side is greater, then it means sales made over and above invoice price. So thereby that is also transferred to adjustment account, because that is fully profit portion. Up to invoice price profit is there. More than invoice price definitely profit da. But either way, debit side is more then it is called loss. Generally it will be assumed as abnormal loss. Abnormal loss or a balancing figure representing invoice price, other cost price and profit split பண்ணுவோம். And the cost portion will be charged in the P&L directly, and profit portion will be reversed in the adjustment account. I told you from adjustment we should deduct the profit relating to the lost goods. So like that in the branch stock you should be remembering the teach panna remember பண்ணிக்கோங்க, because now it is not going to be, if you listen புரியுமா அப்படிங்கற புரியாது. If the credit is greater, it is difference is fully profit transferred to adjustment. Debit is greater, it is loss of stock. அப்படின்ற மெமரியை எடுத்துக்கோங்க. இல்ல ஒரு சம்மாவது சால்வ் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஸ்டாக் அண்ட் டெட்டா சிஸ்டம் ஆர்டிபிலியோ இல்ல நம்ம ஸ்டடி மாடியூல்ல இருந்தோ ஒரு கொஸ்டின் எடுத்து சால்வ் பண்ணி கண்டிப்பா பார்க்கணும். ரைட்டா? பிகாஸ் ஹை சான்ஸ் இருக்கிற ஒரு ஏரியா ஸ்டாக் அண்ட் டெட்டா சிஸ்டம். My dear friends, expenses like bad debts, discount allowed, salaries, rent, எல்லாமே will be accounted here and transferred to P&L. So P&L, branch P&L, you will have balance from branch adjustment, which is representing gross profit. You will be having various expenses, abnormal loss. You will be having finally net profit transferred to head office P&L. Goods sent to branch balance finally will be transferred to purchase account. These are the things which 9:38. Okay, 9:38. So these are the things that is getting transferred, my dear friends. So stock and data system or the solve panni paranga. Okay, with that we are just putting an end to the branch accounts. Oh, அடுத்த significant standard examinationக்கு ஒரு சான்ஸ் இருக்கு அப்படினு ஃபீல் பண்ற ஒரு significant standard which is AS 12. It is government grant. Government grant. What is government grant treatment? Receipt of grant, refund of grant. Accounting for receipt, accounting for refund. When you say receipt of grant, you have two grants: non-monetary grant, monetary grant. Non-monetary na getting asset free, asset concession value. When you receive asset directly free na recorded at nominal value 1 rupee. When you receive it concessional value 10 lakhs worth received for 6 lakhs, recorded concessional value, asset to bank 6 lakhs. 10 lakhs worth of asset you are getting at a price of discounted price of 6 lakhs, which means you are paying 6 lakhs getting an asset to bank 6 lakhs. This is treatment of non-monetary grant. Monetary grant na you are getting money, cash, you are getting money value la cash directly you are getting. Seri adora treatment depends upon what is the nature of the grant. So here we have grant in the nature of promoter's contribution, which means when you start a new venture, new business, adula or part of funds directly given by government. That is what we call as the grant in the nature of promoter's contribution. So for what purpose it can be used? You can use it for buying depreciable asset, non-depreciable asset, paying salary, anything. But you cannot use it for payment of dividend. You cannot use for payment of dividend. But it is not for any particular requirement. This asset you should buy அப்படின்னு சொல்லல. எந்த asset வேணாலும் வாங்கிக்கோ. Salary payment பண்ண யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோ. எதுக்கு வேணா யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோ. இது total fund requirementல ஒரு part. Like that given, it is called promoter's contribution directly credited to capital reserve. If the grant was received for purchasing a non-depreciable asset, then either deducted from value of asset or it is credited to capital reserve. This is the treatment for non-depreciable asset. For examination, definitely 7 marks I am expecting a grant received for a depreciable asset. Grant received for a depreciable asset. When you receive a grant for a depreciable asset, treatment what? Either deducted from value of asset, or it is treated as deferred government grant as income and transferred to amortized to P&L over the life of asset. There are two treatments which becomes then accounting policy here. It is an accounting policy. So I purchase an asset for 10 lakhs, government grant giving me 4 lakhs, life is 5 years. அப்போ ஒரு treatment என்ன? ஒரு treatment deducting from the value of asset. So which means, so asset purchase for 10 lakhs, grant I deduct 4 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 5 years life, I am charging depreciation of 1.2. So 6 lakhs divided by 5, 1.2. And P&L I will be charging depreciation of 1.2 lakhs. இது ஒரு treatment. இன்னொரு treatment என்ன? So இன்னொரு treatment is showing asset at 10 lakhs and grant in the liability side as 4 lakhs. Then we will make depreciation to the extent of 10 lakhs divided by 5. It is 2 lakhs. So, and this amount also transferred to P&L by 5. It is 0.8 lakhs. So this becomes 3.2 lakhs. So then it goes to SOPL. SOPL, you are having depreciation of 2 lakhs and grant as an income of 0.8 lakhs. Net effect, if you see, it is only 1.2 lakhs. Like that we are understanding, my dear friends. All of you. Oh, ரெண்டு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஒன்று it is deducted from value of asset. இன்னொன்று treatment as deferred income and transfer into P&L. Definitely you should solve one problem based on this. இது மட்டும் இல்லை, ரீஃபண்ட் பண்ணினா என்ன இம்பேக்ட் ஆகும்? When you do refund, my dear friends, if you are given the first treatment, then obviously value of asset is affected and thereby it will also affect depreciation. But if you follow the second treatment means, then value of asset is unaffected. It is only affecting the DGG portion. Suppose you refund next year 4 lakhs back, then DGG 3.2, P&L 0.8 to bank 4 lakhs, you make an entry. It is not going to affect the value of the asset. But suppose if you followed first option and you're repaying 4 lakhs refunding 4 lakhs then it is asset to bank 4 lakhs. Asset value will become 8.8 lakhs, which will be depreciated over the remaining period of 4 years. 8.8 divided by 4 will be getting a depreciation of 2.2 lakhs. Like that you should understand the treatment of refund. A refund will affect depreciation. Yes, only under the option of deducting from value of asset. Had the grant was treated as deferred income, refund will not affect the amount of depreciation. இதை ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க, ரைட்டா? Next, grant received for services. Past services, then entire grant will be booked as income in the current year. Future services, then grant will be treated as deferred income and it will be apportioned to P&L in the proportion of expenditure to be incurred. So like that you have two treatment, my dear friends, for the grant received for services. Past service or treatment fully in P&L. அதே மாதிரி future service then it will be amortized to P&L in the proportion of expenditure to be incurred. So and the proportion of expenditure to be incurred ஒரே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் தான். presentation wise the standard is giving two presentation. ஒன்னு அந்த grant செப்பரேட்டா இன்கமா காமிக்கலாம், இல்ல you can show it as a deduction from the expense. You can show it as a deduction from the expense. In either case it is only amortization of grant தான். It is considered as amortization of grant. This is what AS 12 accounting for government grant. அடுத்தது AS 13 accounting for investment. As far as accounting for investment is concerned, my dear friends, initial recognition, that is what is cost of an investment, my dear friends, will be purchase price plus directly attributable expenses like brokerage and all. Very important point, it should exclude pre-acquisition income. It should exclude pre-acquisition income. So either based பண்ணி தான் the entire chapter was constructed. In the pre-acquisition income exclusion, AS 13 further issues என்னலாம் அப்படின்னா classification investment to current investment and long-term investment classifying. It is based on the intention to hold for what period. Intention to hold for more than 12 months na long term, intention only for 12 months or less na adu current investment, like that classification. Then you also have the valuation, my dear friends. Current investment will be valued at cost or fair value, whichever is lower. Long term investment only at cost unless there is a permanent decline, and this classified investment into current and long term will lead to reclassification, current to long term to current. At the time of reclassification we fix a value, current long term போகுது அப்படின்னா same principle of current one more time we will apply. So you will follow again cost or fair value, whichever is lower. Long term to cost current இருந்ததுன்னா long term to current means then you will apply cost or carrying amount, whichever is lower. So you won't take the fair value, cost or carrying amount, whichever is lower. The reclassification principle definitely you should be knowing, my dear friends, all of you. So investment account wise, if it is fixed income bearing securities, date, particulars, face value, interest amount. Date, particulars, face value, interest amount. You will, if you have opening balance, record the opening balance, my dear friends. Say 1st April opening balance you are recording. Face value is representing only a quantity column. இப்போ when you post maximum 4 transaction ஒரு 2 purchase இருக்கும், 2 sale இருக்கும். purchase X, purchase come, sale X, sale come. What is this? Purchase for 5 lakhs X interest na record that 5 lakhs directly in the amount column. Purchased for 5 lakhs come interest na interest you find out, which is applying 2 rules. நாபர்கான் தரல இல்லனா trouble பண்ண வேண்டாம். We calculate interest on face value, we calculate interest for a particular period, last interest date to the date of transaction. இந்த ரெண்டு ரூலை நான் மறுபடியும் ரிமைண்ட் பண்ணுங்க. அந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்டை கால்குலேட் பண்ணி இந்த 5 lakhs இந்த மைனஸ் பண்ணி அந்த ரெடியூஸ்ட் அமௌண்ட் தான் will be recorded in the amount column. So come interest, I mean X interest அந்த நேரா 5 lakhs will be recorded. come interest அந்த amount minus interest. Anyway interest has to be separately calculated by applying these 2 rules. இதே தான் சேலுக்கும் பண்ணணும். sold for 5 lakhs X interest na record directly 5 lakhs. sold for 5 lakhs come interest அந்த 5 lakhs minus interest you'll be recording in the amount column. Only thing is sale value எழுதுனதுக்கு அப்புறம் separator you should do one working note called profit or loss on sale. Take the sale value, take proportionate carrying amount. What is proportionate carrying amount? Proportionate carrying amount is determined from the debit side by applying either FIFO or weighted average. இதுதான் வந்து fixed income bearing securities. இப்போ ரெகுலர் பேட்சில் 20 hours நடத்தினோம், கிராஷ் கோர்ஸில் 4 hours நடத்தினோம், இங்கே 4 minutes தான் நடத்துகிறோம். ஓகே, ஸோ பட் ஸ்டில் அதை ரிமெம்பர் பண்ணிக்கோங்க that this is the format of the fixed income bearing security. வேரியபிள் இன்கம் பேரிங் செக்யூரிட்டி இவ்வளோ ட்ரபிளே கிடையாது. இஃப் இட் இஸ் ஷேர்ஸாக இருந்ததுன்னா, இஃப் இட் இஸ் ஷேர்ஸ் பர்ச்சேஸ்னா, purchased for 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs will come in the amount side. Sold for 3 lakhs, 3 lakhs will come in the amount side. Profit or loss will be separately computed. So there is no ex dividend come dividend concept and all. ஒரே ஒரு extra point என்னன்னா, when you receive the dividend, classify the dividend into pre and post. Post na அது income. Pre na it is recovery of cost, thereby credited to investment side. அது எப்படி சார்? once again ரிமைண்ட் பண்றேன், யாருக்கெல்லாம் அதை ரிமெம்பர் பண்ண முடியுதோ அதை இது பண்ணுங்க. ஸோ ரீகால் பண்றோம். என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஐடென்டிஃபை த டிவிடெண்ட் பீரியட். ஆல்சோ ஐடென்டிஃபை when did you purchase the investment. சார் நான் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணது வேற வருஷம் சார், அப்போ இது ஃபுல்லா ப்ரீ அக்விசிஷன். இல்லை சார் நான் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ண இந்த வருஷம் தான் சார், அப்போ சம் போர்ஷன் இஸ் ப்ரீயும் சம் போர்ஷன் இஸ் போஸ்ட். இல்லை சார் நான் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணது போன வருஷம் சார் அப்படின்னா then it is fully post. அப்போ 2 things you should identify. dividend period, எப்போ பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்றோம், இந்த பீரியடே இல்லை நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் தான் we are buying னா இது ஃபுல்லா ப்ரீ. லைக் தட் we are understanding about pre and post and the corresponding treatment. This is what you should understand, my dear friends. Rights income generally credited in P&L, but if you have some transfer of right shares getting some income na, then if 2 conditions are satisfied, then that time it will be taken as recovery of cost. 2 condition means question should tell original shares were acquired on cum right basis, market price after rights have reduced. If these 2 conditions satisfied, then rights income will be considered as recovery of cost. இதுதான் AS 13 சொன்ன விஷயங்கள் in 5-6 minutes. AS 14 amalgamation. Last examination வந்தது ஒரு absorption problem. ஒரு amalgamation question also had come in the prior examination. அங்க ஆனா ரெண்டுமே வந்தது. internal reconstruction வந்தது. There are high chance that you are expected or we can expect an internal reconstruction problem. ஐயோ இந்த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பரே வரலங்க. ஒரு ஹை சான்ஸ் தாங்க சொன்னேன். ஒரு இன்டர்னல் ரீகன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் நிறைய ஹை சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. இன்டர்னல் ரீகன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் என்ட்ரிஸ் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். we are going to make simple entries for increase or decrease in the values of assets and liability. So asset increase, asset debit, asset decrease, asset credit. Liability increase, liability credit, liability decrease, liability debit. இன்னொரு portion will be capital reduction account. We use the word called capital reduction account. Share capital, debentures, preference shares எல்லாம் increase or decrease ஆகும்போது what we told na, suppose 10 rupees share becoming 8 rupees means don't make entry for 2 rupees, cancel the 10 rupees, record the new 8 rupees, difference is capital reduction of 2 rupees. Like that we told for the equity shares, preference shares, etc. and all. So surrender of shares based பண்ண ப்ராப்ளமும் சால்வ் பண்ணிடுங்க ப்ளீஸ். ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் we told you surrender of shares, அது related notes has been given. Surrender means you hold 10,000 share, you give me 5,000 shares. So value per share is not reducing, number of shares is getting reduced. அந்த surrender shares வச்சு I can reissue as compensation, reissue for settlement. I told at that time what I told na, I just recall that point. Let's see if you remember. By using surrender share, whatever reduction in liabilities, entire reduction goes to capital reduction account. For example, my dear friends, you had a creditors of 8 lakhs. அதில் waived by 2 lakhs, balance 3 lakhs settled by issue of surrender shares. Balance 3 lakhs settled by issue of surrender shares. Like that given pa. So waived 2 lakhs, or 3 lakhs வந்து 3.5 lakhs. 3.5 lakhs settled by issue of surrender shares. அப்போ what we should do na, entire 5.5 should be transferred to capital reduction account. Surrender shares க்கு 3 entries தான். ஒன்று surrender பண்ற entry, equity share capital to share surrender. இன்னொன்று reissue பண்றது, share surrender to equity share capital. இன்னொன்று cancellation of surrender share surrender to capital reduction account. 3 entries தான். ஸோ இந்த இடத்துல creditors how much should go to capital reduction na, even though we are saying we are settling them 3.5, but that 3.5 also should be transferred only to capital reduction account because it is settled by issue of surrendered shares. அதனால 2 lakhs capital reduction க்கு போணும், 3.5 lakhs capital reduction க்கு போணும். அப்போ entry will be creditors to capital reduction how much? 5.5 lakhs. அதே மாதிரி surrendered shares to equity share capital to the extent of 3.5 lakhs. Surrender shares reissue பண்ணா இதான் entry. Surrender shares to equity share. Whatever be the purpose, it is used for compensation, it is used for settlement, whatever be the reason, it is always surrender shares to equity share capital is the reissue entry. Any reduction in liability either by waiver or by settlement using surrender shares and the liability full should goes to capital reduction. Remember பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஏன்னா internal reconstruction important சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு ஏரியா படிச்சு இன்னொரு ஏரியா படிக்காம போகாதீங்க. சரண்டர் ஷேர்ஸும் சேர்த்து படிங்க, அதுவும் பார்ட் ஆஃப் internal reconstruction தான். அப்போ ரெண்டு சமாவது சால்வ் பண்ணிட்டு போங்க. ஃபார் internal reconstruction will be very very good my dear friends. Okay, AS 14லேருந்து பெரிய ஒரு கொஸ்டின் வரலனாலும் AS 14 டெஸ்ட் பண்ற ஒரு ஏரியா, that is purchase consideration. Payment paragraph 3G, payments to members alone will be accounted as purchase consideration. அப்போ டிபென்ச்சர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் கொடுக்குற ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர்ஸோ இல்லை லோனுக்கு கொடுக்குற ப்ரிஃபரன்ஸ் ஷேர்ஸோ லிக்விடேஷன் எக்ஸ்பென்ஸு கொடுக்குற கேஷோ இது எதுவுமே பர்ச்சேஸ் கன்சிடரேஷனில் வராது. இட் இஸ் நாட் பார்ட் ஆஃப் பர்ச்சேஸ் கன்சிடரேஷன். ஒன்லி பேமெண்ட் டு ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் ப்ரிஃபரன்ஸ் ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ். சப்போஸ் வி கேவ் டிபென்ச்சர்ஸ் டு ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ், வில் தட் பி பார்ட் ஆஃப் கன்சிடரேஷன்? Yes, it will be part of anything you can give, but whatever you give it to these two persons will be considered as part of purchase consideration as per AS 14. Like that you understand my dear friends. Other than that, nothing beyond. Then you should solve at least 1 or 2 problems in the amalgamation absorption problem also. Okay, so as far as AS 15 is concerned, we have already told you we would have taken 8 to 9 hours in the classroom. ஒரே ஒரு ஏரியா தான், returns from plan asset. Returns from plan asset. The last time it had come, one more time இது வருமான்னு தெரியல, but still if it வந்தா returns from plan asset அப்படின்றது, there are 2 form of return: actual return, expected return. So how to find out this actual return, expected return? Expected return is very simple: plan asset amount into rate of return. Rate of return will be given the question, plan asset value will be given the question, multiply, you will be getting expected return. Actual return is computed like how we find out profit or loss in single entry. It is closing fair value, add drawings. Drawings அப்படினா இங்க என்ன அப்படினா the amount already withdrawn from investment. அது எதுக்காக withdraw பண்றீங்க? For giving money to employee. So it is nothing but benefits paid will be given, minus additional investment which is actually given in the form of contribution, minus opening fair value will give you actual return from plan asset. So compare it with the expected return. Difference is called actuarial gain or loss. Actuarial gain or loss. அதே மாதிரி liability sideல இருந்து வர differences. Suppose you have like ஒரு particular gratuity liability was 10 lakhs. Now it was re-estimated as 7 lakhs. But there is a reduction in liability of 3 lakhs. So that accountant says that this 3 lakhs we are deferring for a period of 5 years. அப்படின்னு ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ அந்த ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கூட அடிக்கடி டெஸ்ட் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ வாட் யூ ஷுட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் இஸ் தட் actual gain or loss arising from asset or liability should be immediately recognized in P&L. It cannot be deferred and amortized. Actuarial gain or loss should never be deferred and amortized. It should be immediately recognized in P&L. அது future amounts adjust பண்ண கூடாது அப்படின்னு ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாவும் அடிக்கடி எக்ஸாமில் டெஸ்ட் ஆகிற ஏரியா தான். மற்றபடி AS 15ல எதுவும் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக நீங்கள் பார்க்க வேண்டியது இல்லை. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இஸ் AS 16 which is borrowing cost. Borrowing cost related, qualifying asset related, if you have incurred borrowing cost, it can be capitalized. கேபிட்டலைஸுக்கு 2-3 விஷயங்கள் தான். ஒன்று, அந்த கேபிட்டலைஸோட கண்டிஷன்ஸ், கமென்ஸ்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் கேபிட்டலைசேஷன், சஸ்பென்ஷன் ஆஃப் கேபிட்டலைசேஷன், செசேஷன், borrowing cost incurred, qualifying asset mere expenditure incurred, development activity commenced, then borrowing cost can be capitalized. You can start capitalization. Once asset is ready for use, it should be stopped. Suspension in between active development interrupted, then suspend. This is basic theoretical points. Problem area is capitalization amount, quantum of capitalization, depending upon general borrowing, specific borrowing. இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் கண்டிப்பாக சால்வ் பண்ணுங்க. ஆல்தோ இதில் வந்தது அதனால வராதுன்னு கிடையாது. If it is specific borrowing, my dear friends, if it is specific borrowing இருந்தால் actual borrowing cost incurred minus temporary investment income. இதுவே general borrowing means we will find out something called capitalization rate, which is nothing but total borrowing cost by total borrowing into 100. So you will be using a capitalization rate or a general rate for general borrowings, and actual borrowing cost income minus temporary investment income for specific borrowing. இதெல்லாம் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாஸ்னு ஜஸ்ட் ரிமைண்ட் பண்ணுறேன். நீங்கள் வந்து அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி எனக்கு ஆல்ரெடி தெரியும் அப்படின்னா பார்க்கவே வேண்டாம், எனக்கு தெரியாதுன்னா ஒரு தடவை செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஃப்ரம் AS16 பார்க்கக்கூடிய இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஏரியா. 3-4 hours வெட்டிக்கதெல்லாம் நிறைய டிஸ்கஷன் பண்ணியிருப்போம். மெயின் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா இஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் திஸ் ஜென்ரல் பாரோயிங் அண்ட் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் பாரோயிங். இப்போ லாஸ்ட் டைம் வராத ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா AS17 ஒன்று செக்மெண்ட் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங். ஓகே, இன்னொரு half an hour தான். ஓகே, செக்மெண்ட் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங்கில் ஒரே ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா தான்ப்பா. இட் இஸ் செலக்ஷன் ஆஃப் ரிப்போர்ட்டபிள் பிரைமரி ரிப்போர்ட்டபிள் செக்மெண்ட்ஸ். Selection of reportable primary reportable segments. Business will have geographical segments by location of customers, geographical segment by location of asset, business segment. Product based பண்ணி classify பண்றது business segment, location based பண்ணது geographical segment. Sales பண்ற place எல்லாம் geographical segment by location of customers, manufacture பண்ற place based பண்ணி geographical segment by location of asset. மூணுத்துல ஒன்று பிரைமரின்னு ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணி பாக்கி ரெண்டும் செகண்டரி. பிரைமரிக்கு மோர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் ஷுட் பி டிஸ்க்ளோஸ்ட், செகண்டரிக்கு லெஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வில் பி டிஸ்க்ளோஸ்ட். ஸோ இமேஜின் அவுட் ஆஃப் தீஸ் த்ரீ வி ஃபிக்ஸ் பிரைமரி அஸ் பிஸ்னஸ். அந்த பிஸ்னஸில் 50-60 ப்ராடக்ட்னா 50-60 ப்ராடக்ட்டுக்கும் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் செப்பரேட்டாக ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணுமானா வேண்டாம். யூ நீட் டு செலக்ட் ஃபியூ. அந்த செலெக்ஷன் ஹவு அப்படின்றது தான் மெயின்லி இட் இஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் 10% threshold. 10% threshold. The 10% threshold you have revenue threshold, result threshold, asset threshold. A question will give you different segments order, revenue and all will be given. What we do is that we will also copy the question again in our solution, and we will have one total column. Total revenue of all the segments. And the total we will apply 10%. We'll apply 10%. For example, the revenue order total comes to 1,500 lakhs. We'll apply 10%, which comes to 150. Whichever segments is having 150 or more, we will say it is selected. Suppose A and D is having 150 or more, but less than 150, that's not selected under this condition, first condition. So, அதே மாதிரி result. ரிசல்ட்டில் ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் என்னன்னா வில் பி ஹேவிங் ப்ராஃபிட்ஸ், வில் பி ஹேவிங் லாஸஸ். நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும், நம்ம சொல்யூஷனில் எடுத்து எழுதும்போது இந்த செக்மெண்ட்ஸை ப்ராஃபிட் செக்மெண்ட்ஸ் தனியாகவும் லாஸ் செக்மெண்ட்ஸ் தனியாகவும் எழுதி we should take the total of profits, we should take total of losses, செப்பரேட்டாக டோட்டல் பண்ணி we should take whichever is higher in absolute terms. In absolute terms, we don't take the negative portion there. So and the total profits comes to like 90 lakhs, total loss comes to 120 lakhs. But we'll take what? 120. So on the 120 10% how much? 12. Now 12 lakhs will be the basis for selecting. So selecting loss segments or profit segments are both profit segment as well as loss segment. Whichever segment is having a number 12 or more will be considered as reportable segment. Idhe mari will apply for asset also. And once we do all these things, then whichever segment satisfies at least one condition will be selected for reporting. There is no necessity that all the conditions should be satisfied. Even if single condition satisfied, it will be selected for reporting purpose. இதோட சேர்த்து இதுவரை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணது இல்லை. சம்டைம்ஸ் இட் கேன் பி டெஸ்டட். என்ன அப்படின்னா செலக்ட் பண்ண செக்மெண்ட்ஸோட சப்போஸ் லைக் ஏ டு ஹெச்ல ACDE இந்த 4 செக்மெண்ட் தான் செலக்டட். இந்த 4 செக்மெண்ட்டோட external revenue should be at least 75% of company's total revenue. அப்படி இல்லைன்னா you have to identify some more segments to match it with 75%. இந்த ரெண்டு condition we may have to test. Generally exam question is based on this 10% conditions now. Sometimes they will also test the 75% condition. But problem is that the 75% test எடுத்துக்கும்போது you should take only dash revenue, external revenue. ஏன் இது சொல்றோம்னா இந்த segment revenueல it consists of both inter-segment revenue, internal revenue as well as external revenue under segment revenue. So 10% condition ரெண்டுமே எடுத்துப்போம். ஆனா 75% டெஸ்ட்க்கு we take only external revenue. We should take only external revenue. Anyway, அது வராது. Just remember about selection of reportable operating segments based on 10% threshold. One of the key examination problem area. Hope you are understanding. டைம் இருந்தா ஒரு தடவை ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கூட பண்ணிக்கோங்க. A70ல கொஸ்டின் வராததுனால ஒரே ஒரு தடவை என்னன்னா the revenue அப்படின்னு டிஃபைன் பண்ணும்போது you would have given certain exclusions. Exclusion primarily என்ன அப்படின்னா இந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டிவிடெண்ட் இன்கம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரானரி ஐட்டம்ஸ். அதே மாதிரி எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ்ல எக்ஸ்க்ளூஷன்ல இதே இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டிவிடெண்ட் எக்ஸ்பென்சஸ் எக்ஸ்ட்ரானரி ஐட்டம் டாக்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் எக்ஸ்க்ளூடட். அதே மாதிரி அசெட்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டிஸ்ல இந்த டாக்ஸ் ரிலேட்டட் அசெட்ஸ் அண்ட் லைபிலிட்டி நாட் டு பி கன்சிடர்ட். ஸோ அந்த பர்டிகுலர் ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் வில் நாட் பி கன்சிடர்ட் ஆஸ் பார்ட் ஆஃப் செக்மெண்ட் அசெட்ஸ். ஸோ தோஸ் திங்ஸ் ஷுட் பி நோன் லைக் தட் எக்ஸ்க்ளூஷன்ஸ். செக்மெண்ட் ரெவென்யூனா என்ன, செக்மெண்ட் எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ், செக்மெண்ட் அசெட், செக்மெண்ட் லைபிலிட்டி, அதில் எக்ஸ்க்ளூஷன்ஸ் ஆல்சோ யூ ஷுட் பி ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு கிளான்ஸ் த்ரூ பண்ணிட்டு போகிறது will be better. ஏன்னா தியரியா கூட ஒரு 1 மார்க் வந்தா அந்த MCQsல வந்தா மிஸ் பண்ணாம இருக்கிறதுக்கு. This is what AS 17 my dear friends. Next we have AS 18 related party disclosure. My dear friends, in this what you have learned anu oru recap pandrom. 5 relationship listed by the standard pa, and these relationship would have arise through either control or significant influence. Then appo relationship primarily arises through control or significant influence ah irundhalum the standard specifies 5 relationship. Then the standard is specifying certain exception. It also specifies exemption. Then it specifies disclosure requirements. இந்த மாதிரி 4 ஏரியாவை பிரிக்கிறோம். 5 ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் என்னலானா ஹோல்டிங் அண்ட் சப்சிடரி ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் 1, இன்வெஸ்டர் அண்ட் அசோசியேட், வெஞ்சரர் அண்ட் ஜாயின்ட் வெஞ்சர். இது இந்த ரெண்டாவதுல 2 ரிலேஷன்ஷிப். தேர்டுல individuals having significant influence and the enterprises in which this individual is having influences. KMP avangaloda relatives kuda, KMP and the relatives, inga relatives of these individuals and KMP related to this enterprises. அஞ்சாவது relationship தான் ரொம்ப important. 2 enterprises, 2 companies will be considered as related if persons covered in 3 or 4. 3 or 4னா இண்டிவிஜுவல்ஸோ கேஎம்பியோ இவங்களுக்கு இந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனிலையும் significant influence இருந்தா then these two companies will be considered as related parties அப்படின்னு வருது, which means ஒரு individual having 30% here in both the companies னா அந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனியுமே related party. பட் இதுவே ஒரு எக்ஸ் லிமிட்டெடுக்கு ரெண்டு அசோசியேட் இருக்கு, Y limited and Z limited 30% 35% ஹோல்ட் பண்றோம்னா இந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனிஸும் நாட் ரிலேட்டட் பார்ட்டிஸ். மிஸ்டர் எக்ஸ் ரெண்டு கம்பெனில வச்சிருந்தா அந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனி ரிலேட்டட், எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் ரெண்டு கம்பெனில வச்சிருந்தா அந்த ரெண்டு கம்பெனி நாட் ரிலேட்டட் பார்ட்டிஸ் அப்படின்னு 5 different types of relationship covered in AS 18. எக்ஸப்ஷன் என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஒரு சிங்கிள் கஸ்டமர், ஃப்ரான்ச்சைசி, டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட்டர், இல்லை ப்ரொவைடர்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஃபினான்ஸ், பப்ளிக் யூட்டிலிட்டி கம்பெனிஸ், ட்ரேட் யூனியன், இவங்கெல்லாம் in the normal course of dealings they have some influence. They need not be considered as related parties. Loan கொடுத்து I will also be participate in your decision making because heavy loan given, then it is my normal course of business dealing, don't treat me as related party அப்படின்னு exception. Exemption means if some law says you should not disclose, now don't disclose. Even the AS 18 says that you should disclose, but law says don't disclose, now don't disclose. That is what exemption. Disclosure requirements la very important point is two things da. One is if the relationship is through significant influence, na disclosure is required only if there is transaction, that too if the transaction occurred during the existence of relationship. So transaction இருக்கணும், அதுவும் அந்த transaction relationship இருக்கும்போது இருக்கணும், அப்பதான் disclosure வேணும். But if it is control இருந்தா disclosure is required irrespective of transaction. You should disclose the name and the nature of relationship. இதெல்லாம் நாம வச்சுக்கோங்க. From AS 18 5 type of relationship, exception list, exemption list, disclosure requirements. கண்ட்ரோலுக்கு என்ன disclosure, இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸுக்கு என்ன disclosure. இது AS 18 my dear friends. அடுத்தது AS 19 leases. உங்களுக்கு எப்படின்னு தெரியல, இங்க இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் எஸ் சொல்றாங்க, பாவம் தண்ணி கூட சாப்பிடல. AS 19 leases. கொஞ்சம் பேர் உட்காந்துருக்காங்க, கொஞ்சம் பேர் 3 பேர். AS 19 leases. As far as lease is concerned, problem area is finance lease in the books of lessee, in the books of lessor, operating lease in the books of lessee, lessor, sale and lease back transaction. 5 problem area. இதில் operating lease in the books of lessee and lessor will be booked as expense and income in the proportion of future economic benefits. Income expense book பண்ணுவோம் என்ன proportionல, if it is not determinable na straight line method, otherwise in the proportion of straight line method, which means specific future economic benefit not given na, then it will be in the proportion of straight line method. இதுதான் for operating lease. As far as finance lease in the books of lessee is concerned, my dear friends, annual lease payments, guaranteed residual value, these amounts discounted annual lease payments for a period of 5 years na 5 years or annuity factor use பண்ணனும். Guaranteed residual value amount will be given which is payable at the last year. So thereby we will use the PV factor. Discount பண்ணி வர value தான் will be the initial amount of recognition where you will be recognizing an asset and liability. So lessee books la annual lease payment guaranteed residual value கொடுத்திருக்கிற discounting factor base பண்ணி discount பண்ணி recognize பண்ணனும். Only thing is ஒரே ஒரு check பண்ணிக்கணும். The question has given fair value na, then out of these two amounts we should take whichever is lower as the value of recognition. So question is giving fair value na, then discounted value compared with fair value, whichever is lower than recognized as the value of asset and liability. So this is the basic question. What is the amount to be recognized by lessee at the inception? Another type of question, what can come now? Compute finance charge for each period. Finance charge for each period. Then whatever you amount, you recognize as amount, no. So year, payment, liability outstanding. Payment, there will be interest and installment. Year 0, you have some amount, say 8 lakhs. Year 1, 10% interest, 80,000. And suppose the installment value is 2 lakhs. 8 lakhs plus 80, 8 lakh 80 minus 2 lakhs, it is 6.8. Year 2, 6 lakh 8 lakh, you will be charging same interest 10% abdina, it is 68,000. So 2 lakhs 6.8 plus 68,000 minus 2 lakhs. Opening balance plus interest minus payment will be the closing balance. And the computation, one, the amount to be initially recognized. Finance charge to be recognized in each year. These are two problem areas from the books of lessee. Lessor books, there will always be three things. One, GIIL, NIIL, this difference is unearned finance income. These computations only problem area. Less lease complete. Suppose even if you ignored these things, go through pananga. ALP plus GRV, UGRV, aggregate pandra amount da GIIL. PV of above da we are understanding as NIIL. Difference da we are understanding as unearned finance income. Lessee books la ALP, GRV mattum da. Lessor books la ALP, GRV, UGRV. When I say ALP na, just 1 year amount mattum la. Suppose it is 2 lakhs na, 2 lakhs into 5 years, 10 lakhs plus GRV plus UGRV. Add pandradha GIIL. Other discount pandra value NIIL. Difference is unearned finance income. So these computation you should be aware of, my dear friends. This is AS 19 for you. Sale and lease back பொறுத்தவரை நீங்க படிங்க. I just tell you one line direction alone. It's when you sell, then again you're leasing back. Sale வர profit or loss, should that be recognized immediately or should that be deferred and amortized? This is discussion. That is a discussion. It is not sale and lease back some big issue. Profit or loss, should that be recognized immediately or should that be deferred and amortized? If the lease back is finance lease or the profit or loss is always deferred and amortized. But if the lease back is operating lease means, then half convinced, but remaining half depends upon sale at fair value, sale less than fair value, sale greater than fair value. Sale is at fair value, fair enough, market price. So profit or loss immediately recognized. But less than fair value, loss mele doubt, loss conditional answer. Sale greater than fair value, profit mele doubt, profit over and above fair value should be deferred and amortized. List we have made. It is there in the study module. So you need to just refer that particular portion alone. So lease 9 hours or 2-3 minutes complete pannidom. So we are just moving to AS 20 earnings per share. So half an hour mudichu. AS 20 earnings per share. AS 20 earnings per share. My dear friends, 2 EPS to be calculated. Basic EPS, diluted EPS. Basic EPS, my dear friends, it is profit or loss attributable to equity shares, weighted average number of equity shares. So number of equity shares, this is profit or loss attributable to equity share, PAT minus preference dividend. Nothing beyond this, just PAT minus preference dividend. Weighted average number of equity shares, number of equity shares multiplied by time weight, sometimes paid up value weight, sometimes paid up value weight. So in that weighted average base money questions have generally not come weighted average base money, but RTPL I could see one question. So it is like, opening we had 5 lakhs, additional issue 2 lakhs, there was a buyback of 1.2 lakhs, like that information given. There are two approaches of calculation, 5 lakhs into say 12 by 12, and this happens on say 1st December, 2 lakhs into 4 by 12. Then this happened on 1st February, means 1.2 lakhs negative into 2 by 12. Like that we calculate 5 lakhs is a 1/3 na 0.66, and 1.2 into 1/6 0.2 lakhs negative. So like that 5.46 lakhs calculation is the weighted average number of equity shares. So like that PAT minus preference dividend divided by weighted average number of equity shares will give you the basic EPS. Next, basic EPS there is an area called retrospective restatement. What is this retrospective restatement? Whenever there is change in the number of share without change in resources, then EPS of last year will be restated. Not only last year, the change is considered as change not only happened from the change, but throughout current year, throughout last year, the change was there. Abdin understanding. In the understanding abdina, when you have bonus element in rights issue, share split, shares consolidation, abdina 4 major areas, major events where number of share either increase or decrease, but resources remains the same. So what happens now? 1st April I had 5 lakh shares. 1st November aniki I issued a bonus, 1 for every 2 held. So I am issuing 2.5 lakhs bonus. For this year I should say profit is like 20 lakhs now. I should take 20 lakhs divided by 7.5. Even though bonus was issued only on 1st November, I should say 2.5 lakhs exists throughout the current year as well as it existed throughout the previous year. How do I make effect to previous year? Previous year in the current year we'll be reporting 2 EPS. One is current year EPS, other one is adjusted EPS of last year. Suppose last year profit is some 14 lakhs na, 14 lakhs by 7.5 lakhs na, we'll be reporting one more EPS. We call this adjusted basic EPS. The same principle will be applied for bonus element in rights issue. Adukku 4-step approach. Though we would have discussed this alone for some 2-3 hours, 4-step approach. Enalana, first compute something called theoretical ex-right price. How to calculate theoretical ex-right price? Very simple. Net worth prior to rights. What is net worth prior to rights? Number of shares prior to rights into market price. This is the existing wealth plus proceeds from rights. What is proceeds? Number of right share into issue price. Number of right shares into issue price. So divided by total number of shares. Will give you theoretical ex-right price. Existing wealth, proceeds, which is shared by total number of shares. Then we find something called bonus element, which is equal to fair value divided by theoretical. This is very important area. Every time test repeated. So fair value divided by theoretical ex-right price will give you bonus element. Use this bonus element in calculation of variance, which is equal to opening number into bonus element into number of months up to rights. Number of months up to rights by 12 plus total number of shares into remaining period by 12. So like this we find out variance. This is logical and we already explained thoroughly in the classroom. Adukapra use this variance, find out EPS based by variance. Like that 4-step approach will be finding out EPS when you have bonus element in rights issue. So adha oru thadava check panni solve pannidunga. As far as diluted EPS is concerned, it is very simple. Adjusted pace by adjusted variance. Adjusted pace nanana, the pace which is already considered for basic EPS plus Savings you will be getting because of conversion of debenture, conversion of preference shares, etc. Some savings in interest dividend. That's the numerator portion. Denominator, the debenture or preference share getting converted into equity shares to be convertible in future. Future convertible. If converted, this will be the increase in number of shares. Appo adjusted profit, adjusted gains will give you diluted EPS. So you have convertible preference share, convertible debenture. If they have converted, then obviously profit will slightly change, denominator will significantly change. But what is the effect on EPS? Upon the EPS kammi agun solradha, we call it as diluted EPS. Adaliyum one or two problems you change. Suppose profit increase aachna, adukku per anti-dilution, and that shall not be reported. Although we have just conveyed in the classroom. So with that we are putting an end to AS20, which is earnings per share. These are options on the easy, refer pannidunga, okay? So AS21 consolidation holding back, AS22 accounting for taxes on income, Basic facts. You have two types of income: accounting income, taxable income. You have a lot of differences between these income. These differences are sometimes permanent, lifelong differences. Sometimes time being difference. This year difference, next year illama poidum. This year so and so expenses more here, next year adu less here in the next year. So அந்த மாதிரி time being differences இருக்கும். So because of this time difference, we create something called deferred tax. So before that, we understand, my dear friends, the standard says you have something called tax expense in SOPL, which is aggregate of current tax plus or minus deferred tax. Current tax is very simple. Taxable income into tax rate will give you current tax. Find out the taxable income, apply the tax rate, you will be getting current tax. Deferred tax may be deferred tax liability, deferred tax asset. How to know? Question, examination question enna irukum? Depreciation, some other expense, some other income. They will give for accounting purpose this much, for tax purpose this much. Like that, some amount given. Now, what you see is that impact on taxable income. If a particular difference makes the taxable income more, it will lead to more tax payment. We call this as deferred tax asset. If a particular difference makes the taxable income less, then it leads to less tax. It is called deferred tax liability. So, and the difference enga more nu kadiyadu, and the difference nale arise agra impact. For example, this expense accounting la 5 lakhs, tax la 7 lakhs arunda, then it is DTA or DTL na check pannina. So this expense is more for tax, makes the taxable income less, and thereby this is DTL. Thereby it is DTL. Some income is there, 3 lakhs here and 4 lakhs here. Tax or particular income is more, makes the taxable income more, so you are paying more tax, thereby it will leads to DTA. Like that we are understanding. So it all depends upon what the impact on taxable income. Only thing is, this is the treatment you should give if it is originating, very first time difference arising, not reversing. But how do I know the very first time or subsequent time? How do I know? If nothing else is mentioned, always it is originating. Except one item sonne, depreciation. Depreciation generally tax higher, it will be higher in the initial years. But depreciation when it is given 3 lakhs and 7 lakhs appadi kodutha, idu definitely origination year da. Iduve inga 1.8 lakhs irunda, then we are understanding it is reversal year, it is not origination year. Ulta we should be treating. So what ulta treatment? Sir, tax depreciation kammi, making taxable income more, usually DTA, but it is not origination year, it is reversal year. So it is reversal of DTL. Few clarification conveyed, my dear friends. In addition to this, நீங்க note பண்ண வேண்டிய area வந்து ஒன்னு tax holiday period. Tax holiday period இன்னொன்னு MAT. Tax holiday period, MAT, you should be knowing, my dear friends. So what is that MAT concept? There will be something called book profit, book profit specific tax rate will be applicable, that is called MAT. You also compute normal tax. Every company should calculate both the tax, normal tax and MAT, and they should pay whichever is higher. AS22 சொல்லுது if you pay MAT is current tax. அவ்வளவுதான். AS22 பெருசா ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. AS22 says if you pay MAT is current tax. Only thing is, if the question give book profit and MAT rate, book profit into MAT rate will give you MAT. Also compute normal tax, which is taxable income, into normal tax rate. அதில் எது ஹையரோ இங்கே பேமெண்ட் பண்ணணும். பேமெண்ட் பண்ணுறது தான் கரண்ட் டேக்ஸ். அதே மாதிரி deferred tax should never be measured by using MAT rate. Deferred tax should be measured only by using the normal tax rate. அப்படின்னு மேட்ல conveyed, my dear friends. டேக்ஸ் ஹாலிடே பீரியட் ஒரு தடவை நீங்கள் கோ த்ரூ பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் நம்ம சொல்லியிருக்கோம். மேபி இன்னொரு தடவை சொல்லணும்னா கூட சொல்கிறேன். இந்த டேக்ஸ் ஹாலிடே பீரியட்ல என்ன அப்படின்னா, சார் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 5 இயர்ஸுக்கு ஐ am exempted from payment of tax. There is no current tax. The current tax will definitely be nil. அப்போ is there any need for deferred tax, sir? Any need for deferred tax அப்படின்னா இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சொல்லுது deferred tax is related to what? Timing difference. அப்போ இந்த 5 years will you have any difference? Yes sir, I have taxable income, I have accounting income. Tax is exempted now, but I have accounting income, taxable income, there will be differences. Then the standard says that timing difference that originate during tax holiday period and are capable of reversal during tax holiday period, adukku no deferred tax. But timing difference that originate during tax holiday period and are capable of reversal after tax holiday period, for which deferred tax should be required in the period in which timing difference originated. அப்படின்னு 2 ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் சொல்லி சம்மெல்லாம் போட்டிருக்கோம். சும்மா ரிமைண்ட் பண்ணுறேன், ரீகேப்சல் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, பண்ணி அதை சும்மா ரெஃபர் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ இது AS22. ஜஸ்ட் கோயிங் டு AS23, அதை ஹோல்டு பண்ணுறோம். AS24க்கு போயிட்டு 23க்கு வரும். கன்சால்டேஷன் கடைசியாக 21, 23, 27 பண்ணலாம். இப்போ AS24 இன்னொரு 30 minutes. ஓகே, $270 hours போன தடவை பேட்ச் பண்ணினோம். கிராஷ் கோர்ஸ் ஒரு 44 hours. இது ஒரு 4 ஹவர்ஸில் சிலபஸே முடிக்கிறோம். ஓகே, இது இன்னும் கிராஷ் பண்ணி 1 hour கேப்ஸில் நாளைக்கு போட சொல்கிறாரு. ஓகே, ஸோ டிஸ்கண்டினியூயிங் ஆப்ரேஷன் AS24. டிஸ்கண்டினியூயிங் ஆப்ரேஷன். டிஸ்கண்டினியூயிங் ஆப்ரேஷனில் if you have decided to discontinue any segment of the business, then something should be disclosed. Something should be disclosed. Discontinuing operation related disclosure பண்ணனும்னா, if you want to do any disclosure, first it has to be DCO. DCO ஆகிறதுக்கு there should be an overall plan. There should be an overall plan. Complete disposal இருக்கணும். Complete disposal இருக்கணும் in a single transaction or in a multiple transaction. piecemeal-ஆவோ single transaction. ஆனால் கம்ப்ளீட் டிஸ்போசலாக இருக்கணும். பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கணும், கண்டிப்பாக ஓவரால் பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். ஸோ விச் மீன் டைம் பவுண்ட் மேனர் திஸ் சோன்ஸ் ஆஃப் பீரியட்ல கம்ப்ளீட் ஆகும். இட் ரெப்ரசன்ட் பிஸ்னஸ் ஆர் ஜாகிரபிக்கல் செக்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கணும். அப்போ தான் அது டிசிஓவாக ஆகும். யூ ஷுட் டிஸ்க்ளோஸ் ஃப்ரம் த பீரியட் இன் விச் இனிஷியல் டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் ஈவெண்ட் அக்கர். இனிஷியல் டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் ஈவெண்ட் அக்கர். இனிஷியல் டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் ஈவெண்ட் என்னன்னா, ஒரு பிஸ்னஸே நீங்கள் சேல் பண்ண போகிறீங்க இல்லை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா, either date of binding sale agreement or the plan approval and communication date. இது ரெண்டும் சேர்த்து ஒரு டேட். அது approval and communication date, whichever occurs earlier. இந்த ரெண்டு டேட்ல ஒன்னு, சார் யூனிட் division A we have decided to sell. You have decided, have you communicated? No, but already we have entered the sale agreement, sir. அப்போ சேல் அக்ரிமெண்ட் தான் will becomes the initial disclosure event. அந்த இயர்லேருந்து you should start disclosing the information. What should be disclosed? இதில் ஒன்றும் டஃப் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வர. டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் திங்ஸ் என்னன்னா, சார் ஒரு ஜென்ரல் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன், then what you decided to close, business segment ah, geographical segment ah, that you tell, sir. Then ID nature, sir. ID nature, sir. So similarly ID amount lang kadayadu. Initial disclosure event na something happened, an event. Then when will you complete, sir? When is the expected time of completion of this DCO. Then in the DCO related, my dear friend, assets, liabilities, revenue, expense. Then profit or loss before tax, tax, profit or loss after tax. This information alone on the face of SOPL. So max or comprehensive question varna, what are the disclosure requirements? One question varla. This is question. So this. So sometimes there will be a cash flow requirement also, cash flow of that particular DCO. So general description, business segment, geographical segment, IDE, when will you complete this DCO? And the DCO assets, DCO liability, DCO revenue, DCO expenses, profit or loss before tax, tax, profit or loss after tax. But this notes this is on the face of SOPL, cash flows, this is maximum disclosures. இன்னொரு question type of question வருது. What is not DCO? What is not DCO na gradual phasing out of a product line, shifting from one place to another place, closing certain facilities for optimum efficiency. இதெல்லாம் வந்து will not be considered as DCO. So washing soap, bathing soap, இல்லை வேற ஏதாவது கார் மேனுஃபேக்சர், பேசஞ்சர் கார், கமர்ஷியல் வெஹிக்கல்ஸ், இந்த ரெண்டு ப்ராப்ளம் தான் that we are having. இதுதான் AS 24ல we have, my dear friends, as far as discontinuing operations concerned. So AS 25 relating to interim financial report. Interim financial report. As far as interim financial report is concerned, ரெண்டு type of question தான். ஒன்னு, they will give you in ஒரு particular quarterல they have made a profit, they have reported profit of some 8 lakhs and they will give some information. And the information la வந்து in quarter 1 or in quarter 2 oda profit, quarter 2 la certain things arose which they have split between 2 quarters or between 4 quarters. Certain incomes they have fully recognized in single quarter. The point is, பண்ணது கரெக்டா இல்லையா? What is that? Which means, is it to be recognized in the single quarter fully? Is that should have been deferred between 4 quarters? That depends upon, my dear friends. Every incomes and expenses, generally we follow the discrete approach. Discrete approach, integral approach and division சொன்னேன். என்ன அப்படின்னா ரொம்ப clear சொல்றேன். Those incomes and expenses which will be spread over different accounting years can be spread over different interim period also. Those income and expenses which spreads over different accounting years, 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, அப்படி spread over பண்ண expenditure different quarters க்கு spread பண்ணணும். Those income and expenditure which will never be spread over different accounting years should not be spread over different interim period also. Should not be spread over different interim period. Depreciation is nothing but it's an allocated expenditure of the total machinery cost, which is spread over different accounting years. Our depreciation will be spread over different interim period. Bad debts, huge bad debts arose in the second quarter. It is in relation to the previous year. Other 4 quarters spread பண்ணலாமா? 4 quarters spread பண்ணலாமா bad debts அப்படின்னா bad debts cannot be spread over different quarters. Heavy advertisement expenditure incurred in 1 quarter, can that be spread over different quarters? And that should not be spread over different quarters. Retirement benefit expenses, can that be spread over different quarters? And yes, it can be spread over different quarters because retirement benefits, 20th year retirement, every year we make expenditure. அப்போ அந்த retirement expenditure will be spread over different quarters. So அந்த மாதிரி சிம்பிளான ஒரு 1 or 2 problem area இருக்கு, அதை சால்வ் பண்ணுங்க. இன்னொன்னு tax expense. Tax expense always based on the integral approach தான். So what we should do na, estimate total income, estimate total tax, find out the average tax rate, and the average tax rate will be applied on the quarterly profit. And the average tax rate will be applied on the quarterly profit. Quarter 1 already we booked a profit of 80 lakhs. Quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 expected is 30 lakhs loss, 50 lakhs profit. So it is 50, 100, 20 lakhs profit, 120 lakhs. But tax suppose it is 30% is the tax. So 120 lakhs 30% 36 lakhs. So 36 lakhs divided by the income. Anyway, inga vandu slab rate irundha you will be having different concept. Suppose it is up to 90 lakhs vandu 30%, more than 90 it is 40% irundha, it is 27 lakhs and 30 lakhs 40% is 12 lakhs, so totally it will be 39 lakhs. Income evlo 130, 150 minus 120 into 100, so you will be getting an average tax rate. Hope you are following this calculation. If on the tax rate you will be applying on the quarter one profit to find out quarter one tax. This is one important problem area. AS25 main problem area is tax. One quarter income, 4 quarters estimated income, tax slab given. Suppose that find out estimated total income, estimated tax, average tax rate, other you apply on the first quarter, that will be the tax expense of that particular quarter. Is one problem area, my dear friends. Appo this is what AS25 only in the bad debts, in the huge extraordinary incomes and expenses arose in one quarter, அதெல்லாம் ஸ்ப்ரெட் பண்ணலாமா, ஹியூஜ் அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஓவர், இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஸ்ப்ரெட் பண்ணாத ஒரு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் ஷுட் பி கிவன். பட் இஃப் தி ஹவ் ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஓவர் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ஸ், அது தப்புன்னு சொல்ற ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா. இன்னொன்று டேக்ஸ் ரிலேட்டடான ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா. திஸ் இஸ் த ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியா இன் AS25. ஹோப் யூ அண்டர்ஸ்டுட் தட். AS26க்கு செப்பரேட்டாக ஐ எம் நாட் மேக்கிங் எனி டிஸ்கஷன் பிகாஸ் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டிஸ்கஷன் இட் இஸ் த சேம் ஆஸ் PPE. சேம் ஆஸ் PPE. அங்கே இருக்கிற எவ்ரி டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் ஆன் PPE. Amortization, so word will be amortization, but again it is based on the prospective effect. If there is any change on it is prospective effect. Only thing is you should know maximum amortization period is dash period 10 years. அதே மாதிரி amortization should be based on the future benefit, but future benefit not determinable in a straight line method. அதே மாதிரி residual value generally will be taken as nil. அப்படின்ற இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் மட்டும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க for AS26 my dear friends. AS27 ஹோல்ட் பண்றேன், AS28க்கு ப்ரொசீட் பண்றேன். ஒரு 30 மினிட்ஸ் முடிச்சிடலாம். AS28 impairment. My dear friends, as far as impairment is concerned, classroom நிறைய விஷயங்கள் bottom up test, top down test, so many things would have been discussed. Basic concept of impairment அப்படின்னா, if carrying amount is greater than recoverable amount, the asset is impaired. Asset is impaired. Asset is impaired. Appo impairment loss should be recognized, which is equal to carrying amount minus recoverable amount. அது சரி சார், புரிஞ்சுது சார். carrying amount என்ன? book value. What is recoverable amount sir? அது 2 valuesல higher value. It is higher of NSP and value in use, net selling price and value in use. What is net value in use and net selling price? Both may be given directly. Sometimes they will give you estimated sale price, selling expense. Sale price minus selling expense are NSP. Value in use na future cash flows will be discounted. Discounted value of future cash flows. Only thing is the cash flows that you will arise from using that asset should be discounted. Also you should discount one more value, which is residual value. Residual value at the 5th year na அதுவும் சேர்த்து பண்ணணும். cash flows மட்டும் ஒரு டேபிள்ல இருக்கும், அதை மட்டும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் பண்ண பத்தாது. some other place there will be residual value at the end of 5th year, அதுவும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் பண்ணி கிடைக்கிறதா value in use. Take whichever is higher will be called as recoverable amount, and if the carrying amount is greater na difference is booked as impairment loss. So to find out impairment loss, first you identify the carrying amount. They may give cost and they will tell life 8 years. 3rd year la impairment test na, then you should give depreciation for 3 years. Then only you will be getting carrying amount. NSP, VIU, if based on information given, find out. Accordingly find out recoverable amount. Compare. Compute impairment loss. இப்போ that accounting treatment, the impairment loss will be adjusted generally in P&L, but before that first preference will be revaluation reserve balance if any. Revaluation reserve balance if any. So thereby first use the revaluation reserve. Baaki da will be adjusted in P&L. This problem da maximum from AS28 can be tested. Computing carrying amounts, NSP, VIU, recoverable amount, impairment loss, also adjustment for impairment loss. அது revaluation reserve இருந்தா அதில் பாக்கி P&L. There may be extra one more question could be future depreciation. Future depreciation வந்து asset oda value change ஆகுது. அப்போ naturally depreciation also will change. You should give dash effect, prospective effect by considering remaining depreciable amount, remaining useful life. இதுதான் main concept of impairment of asset. So மற்றபடி இந்த bottom up test, top down test எல்லாம் விட்டுருங்க. So going into the AS 29. இப்போ கொஞ்சம் மாற்றி சொல்ல 20 minutes தான். எப்பயாச்சும் இந்த மாதிரி கன்சிஸ்டன் இருந்திருக்கேன்? எப்பயாச்சும் கன்சிஸ்டன் இருந்திருக்கேன்? இல்லை இல்லை, உங்களுக்கே தெரியும்ல. ஓகே, AS 29, provision, contingent liability, contingent asset. As far as provision is concerned, it's a present obligation. 3 conditions satisfy பண்ணப்பா. Present obligation, past event, in fact present obligation arising from past event, future outflow, reliably estimated. 3 conditions satisfy பண்ணா we can create provision. Present obligation வந்து generally can be clearly evident because it is arising because of some law breach or maybe contractual breach. Either it could be breach of certain law, statutory provisions, or it could be because of the breach of certain contract, but clearly established. Sometimes it is not established, then the standard is giving guidance. If it is probable, it is present obligation, which means we have done something and as a result somebody have filed a suit against us. அப்போ present obligation இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு தெரியல, ஏன்னா அங்கே லா எல்லாம் கிடையாது, யாரோ ஒருத்தர் கேஸ் போட்டிருக்கான். அப்போ அந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சொல்லுது லீகல் கவுன்சில்கிட்ட கேளு, அவங்க சொல்றாங்க 60% chance we will lose the case, then there is present obligation. If it is more likely, then there is a present obligation. ரெண்டாவது. மூணாவது கிளாரிஃபிகேஷன் என்ன தெரியுமா? The obligation is considered to exist only if it exists independent of future actions, which means futureல ஏதாவது பண்ணி இந்த obligations avoidable ஆ இருந்தா then it is not present obligation. சார் ஃபியூச்சர்ல பிசினஸ் பண்ணனா இந்த obligation இல்லை சார், then it is not present obligation. So legal, I mean government obligation for us to fit a smoke filter with so and so date cut off date. I haven't done that. Cut off date before, cut off date after, I have not done. So what? There is no obligation because the smoke filter obligation is not there because it is always avoidable. It is always avoidable. So it is dependent on my future actions. Contamination cost clean பண்ணனும்னு கவர்மெண்ட் சொல்றாங்க, அதுக்கு டைம் இருந்தாலும் இல்லனாலும் சரி I have to create an provision because that is in relation to past contamination. ஃபியூச்சர்ல என்ன பண்ணாலும் அந்த செலவு பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். ஸோ thereby present obligation is considered to exist only if it exists independent of future action. அந்த மாதிரி present obligationக்கு information இது பண்றாங்க. Future outflow is probable அப்படின்னா there is no other alternative except to settle that obligation. No other alternative, which means outflow பண்ணாம settle பண்ண முடியாது. அந்த மாதிரி scenario இருந்தாதான் then there is future outflow which is probable. Reliably estimatedக்கு ஒரு situation you don't create. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு situation இருக்கிற மாதிரி தெரிஞ்சா you always provide a conditional answer. So you are not supposed to judge that the reliably it cannot be estimated அப்படின்னு நீங்க ஜட்ஜ் பண்ண முடியாது. எஸ்டிமேட் பண்ண முடிஞ்சா provision. If it cannot be estimated, then you should disclose that as a contingent liability. So provisionல இருக்கிற 3 கண்டிஷன்ல condition specific satisfy ஆகலனா automatically it becomes contingent liability. Also instead of present obligation, if it is a possible obligation, then it is a contingent liability. It will be disclosed in the notes. Contingent asset ன்றது possible asset, அது recognizeம் பண்ணக்கூடாது, discloseம் பண்ணக்கூடாது. It may be disclosed in the report of approving authority. This is how we are understanding about provision, contingent liability, contingent asset. So இப்போ எல்லா ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸும் including everything over Schedule 3 financial statements நீங்க இது பார்த்துக்கோங்க. Schedule 3 ஓட financial statements you need to take the format filling தான், fill the format. அதில் ஒரு ஏரியா வந்து payment of dividend out of reserves, payment of dividend out of reserves. 3 condition, ஒன்று maximum dividend that can be paid, அது last 3 years average dividend. Maximum withdrawal 2 condition கொடுத்துருப்பான். Maximum withdrawal, direct withdrawal is 10% of paid up capital and free reserves. மூணாவது, though say minimum retention, indirectly it says maximum withdrawal, which is nothing but 15% of paid up share capital. ஆனா withdraw பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் first you should adjust current year loss. First you should adjust current year loss. Anyway, போன எக்ஸாம்ல இந்த ரிசர்வ்ஸ் ரிலேட்டட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வந்து கொஸ்டின் கேட்டுட்டாங்க. ஸோ ரொம்ப ஒரு ப்ராமினென்ட்டான ஒரு ஏரியாவை நான் பார்க்கல, பட் இருந்தாலும் அதை செக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஃப்ரம் ஷெட்யூல் 3 இருக்கிற ஒரே ஒரு ஏரியா பேமெண்ட் ஆஃப் டிவிடெண்ட் அவுட் ஆஃப் ரிசர்வ்ஸ் தான். ஷெட்யூல் 3 ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஃபார்மேட் யூ ஷுட் பி நோயிங், நாட் த கம்ப்ளீட் ஃபார்மேட் அண்ட் டிஸ்க்ளோஷர் ரிக்வயர்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஆனால் பேசிக்காக ஈக்விட்டி அண்ட் லைபிலிட்டி, ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் ஃபண்ட்ஸ், ஷேர் கேபிட்டல், ரிசர்வ்ஸ் அண்ட் சர்ப்ளஸ், மற்ற நான் கரண்ட் லைபிலிட்டி இந்த மாதிரி பேசிக்காக தெரிஞ்சால் போகிறோம். ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கொஸ்டினில் அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் வந்தால் predominantly that adjustments are not asking you to change the numbers, they might be only dash requirements, disclosure requirements, but some changes may be made. Suspense no irukku, and adjustment given suspense represent money received from sale of machinery, ஆனால் அது ஃபுல்லி டைரக்ட்லி கிரெடிட்டட் டு சஸ்பென்ஸ். இப்போ அதை ரிமூவ் பண்ணணும். ஸோ பணம் வாங்கினது அசெட் லிக்காக, அப்போது அந்த அசட்டோட புக் வேல்யூ ரிமூவ் பண்ணி அந்த அசட்டுக்கு இருக்கிற புக் வேல்யூக்கும் சேல் வேல்யூக்கு டிஃபரன்ஸ் பி புக் டஸ் ப்ராஃபிட் ஆர் லாஸ் அப்படியே ஸ்பெஷல் அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட். பட் அந்த சமூகமே பசங்க நிறைய டவுட் இருக்கிறது. போன எக்ஸாமில் வந்த கொஸ்டின், ஷெட்யூல் 3 கொஸ்டின் வந்து போன எக்ஸாமில் வந்த கொஸ்டின். ஸோ இருந்தாலும் பேசிக் ஃபார்மேட்டை வச்சு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகே, அடுத்தது இருக்கிற டாபிக் வந்து பைபேக். பைபேக் சாப்டரில் 2 டைப் ஆஃப் கொஸ்டின். ஒன்று மேக்கிங் என்ட்ரிஸ் ஃபார் பைபேக், இன்னொன்று கம்ப்யூட்டிங் மேக்ஸிமம் பைபேக். ஸோ ஒன்று என்ட்ரிஸ் ஃபார் பைபேக்ஸ் பொறுத்தவரை வெரி சிம்பிள் மை டியர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ். யூ மேக் லைக் நோ என்ட்ரி ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர் கேபிட்டல், ப்ரீமியம் டு ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர்ஸ் பைபேக். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஈக்விட்டி ஷேர்ஸ் பைபேக் டு பேங்க்னு பாஸ் பண்ணலாம் இஃப் த பேமெண்ட் இஸ் ஹேப்பனிங் அப் ஃப்ரண்ட். அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கேன்சலேஷன் கேன் பி மேட் மை டியர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேமெண்ட், அதுக்கப்புறம் கேன்சலேஷன், அப்புறம் the premium will be adjusted against dash. Premium will be adjusted against securities premium. The premium will be adjusted against securities premium. So simple accounting entry. அதுக்கப்புறம் you may have so equity shares buyback to bank, இது ஒரு entry. இது cancellation, இது payment, இது cancellation. அப்புறம் premium adjustment securities premium to premium. You may have to transfer to CRR. இந்த funds arrange பண்றதுக்கு you would have sold some investment. இதெல்லாம் சிம்பிளான நார்மல் அக்கௌண்டிங் என்ட்ரி. அந்த மாதிரி என்ட்ரி சம் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியஸ்ட் சம் வில் பி த லக்கியஸ்ட் பர்சன்ஸ். மேக்ஸிமம் பைபேக் அப்படின்ற கேல்குலேஷன் என்னமோ பயங்கர டஃப் மாதிரி நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். அதை மேபி ஈக்குவேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டால் ரொம்ப பெரிய ஈக்குவேஷன்லாம் போட வேண்டாம். ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து என்ன டெஸ்ட்டு, நம்பர் ஆஃப் ஷேர்ஸ் டெஸ்ட். ஸோ டேக் த டோட்டல் நம்பர் ஆஃப் ஷேர்ஸ் மல்டிப்ளை வித் வாட் பர்சன்டேஜ், 25%. Next, what? Resource test. What is the amount maximum that can be used for buyback, which is nothing but what? Paid up share capital plus free reserves into 25% divided by the buyback price. Will give you again maximum number of shares to be bought back. எல்லாமே number of shares convert பண்ணணும். இங்க first condition நேராவே number of shares தான். Second condition resource test சொன்னாலும் resource divided by the buyback price will give you number of shares. மூணாவது condition my dear friends, after buyback the total of debt shall not be more than twice of the equity. அதை எப்படி சார் டெஸ்ட் பண்றது? ரொம்ப சிம்பிள் my dear friends. First present equity னு கண்டுபிடிங்கப்பா. What is present equity? Present equity will be, you will be having paid up share capital plus free reserves including securities premium. இது present equity. அடுத்தது desired equity னு ஒன்று. What should be the desired equity? It should be half of debt. This is called desired equity. இதுதான் amount available for buyback and CRR. buyback and CRR. அப்போ this amount divided by buyback price plus face value will give you maximum number of shares that can be bought back. The third test ஏதோ பயங்கர ஈக்குவேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் வேண்டாம், சிம்பிளானது. ப்ரெசென்ட்டா இருக்கிற ஈக்விட்டி மைனஸ் டிசைர்டு ஈக்விட்டி. வாட் இஸ் டிசைர்டு ஈக்விட்டி? டோட்டல் டெட் அதில் half, அது டிசைர்டு ஈக்விட்டி டிஃபரன்ஸ். இந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் தான் அமௌண்ட் அவைலபிள் ஃபார் buyback and CRR. அப்போ buyback price plus face value will give you maximum shares to be bought back. மூணு கண்டிஷன் பிரகாரம் மேக்ஸிமம் நம்பர்ஸ் இருக்கும். அதில் யூ ஷுட் டேக் விச் எவர் இஸ் லோயர். இஸ் த ஈஸியஸ்ட் கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் தான். எதை ஈக்குவேஷன் வச்சு பயங்கர டஃப் நினச்சிக்காதீங்க. ஸோ பைபேக்கையும் நடத்தியாச்சு. சி AS 21, 23, 27 அப்படின்றது கன்சாலிடேட்டட் ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட். கண்டிப்பாக அது நடத்தல முடியாது. ஸோ அதான் சொல்ல போகிறேன். இந்த டாபிக் என்ன தெரியுமா? Consolidated financial statement. You know that it is nothing but, and the tallied balance sheet will be given. You are supposed to make what? Line by line addition after few adjustments. The adjustments அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, ஒரு elimination அப்புறம் சில inclusions. So elimination of few items, recognition of certain new items. So மற்றபடி predominant items are line by line addition. 70% of the items are line by line addition. ரெண்டு ஐட்டம் எலிமினேட் பண்ணணும். ஒன்று இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் த பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் ஆஃப் பேரண்ட் கம்பெனியும் ஷேர் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் ஃபண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் த பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் ஆஃப் சப்சிடி. இது ரெண்டு எலிமினேட் ஆகும். 3 நியூ திங்ஸ் வில் கம் இன் த CBS. மைனாரிட்டி இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஒரு ஐட்டம், குட்வில் ஆர் கேபிட்டல் ரிசர்வ், சப்சிடரியிலேருந்து நமக்கு கிடைக்கிற போஸ்ட் அக்விசிஷன் ப்ராஃபிட், பேரண்ட்ஸ் ஷேர் ஆஃப் post acquisition profit should be recognized. இதுதான் basic consolidation exercise. Our too detailing we can't do it now. I just want to discuss today the AS 23 oda computation da. A Limited acquired 15% stake in B Limited on 1st April 2023 for rupees some 2,40,000. அப்புறம் A Limited further acquired another 25% on 1st August 2023 for rupees some 3,90,000. Net asset of A Limited on 1/8/2023 was rupees 18 lakhs and rupees ஆமா இல்ல 18 lakhs வேண்டாம், கொஞ்சம் இது பண்ணிக்கிறேன். 14 lakhs and 20 lakhs. Question is asking compute goodwill or capital reserve. AS 23 பொறுத்தவரை ஒன்றும் இல்லைப்பா. AS 23 you have an investment on the parent company oda balance sheet. That investment will be shown at cost. Adhe when they prepare CFS, and the investment will be increased by share of post acquisition profit, and it will be added to reserves and surplus. So there is no consolidation events and all happening. Only thing is extra we should find out goodwill or capital reserve, and it should be disclosed. That's all. So once again AS 23 la enna investment shown at cost, adukapra after your acquisition whatever profit you earn adala or share will be added to investments, and along with that you should disclose goodwill or capital reserve. So within the inner column you will disclose goodwill or capital reserve. In the இடத்துல first 25% 15% acquired for 2,40,000, next 25% acquired for 3,90,000. இந்த ரெண்டு டேட்ல இருக்கிற நெட் அசெட்ஸ் given. What is the goodwill or capital reserve question? So what is the goodwill or capital reserve? சும்மா ஒரு சம்முக்காவது ஆன்சர் சொல்லுங்க பாப்போம். ஒரு சம்மை சால்வ் பண்றோம். goodwill or capital reserve. Okay, so it is 15%, 25%. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, just comparison the cost of investment. It is 2,40,000. It is 3,90,000. Share of net asset. That investment will be compared with that net worth. That's all. So it is 14 lakhs and 15% is 2,10,000. Here it is 20 lakhs and 25%. It is 5 lakhs. So அப்போ இங்க வந்து இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் 240, நம்ம ஷேர் ஆஃப் அசெட் 210, we paid more na, here we are getting goodwill of 30,000. Here our share of net asset 5 lakhs, but we paid only this much na, we are getting capital reserve of 1,10,000, and thus we are having a net effect of capital reserve of 80,000. This is how we are understanding, my dear friends. Understood? So in the split acquisition வந்து could be a testing area, my dear friends. ரெண்டுமே goodwill ஆனா it will be added. ஒன்னு goodwill இன்னொன்னு capital reserve, you should be netting off, and accordingly you will be understanding this, you will be getting this answer. Understood? AS 27ல பொதுவா டெஸ்டிங் வந்து ரொம்ப சான்ஸ் கம்மி. அப்படி இருந்தா it is called proportionate consolidation. லைன் பை லைன் அடிஷன் ஃபுல்லா இல்ல. சப்போஸ் பிபிங் 8 lakhs, அங்க ஒரு 7 lakhs இருக்கு, our share is 40% னா 8 lakhs plus 40% of 7 lakhs. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிம்பிள் ஒரு MCQ வந்ததுன்னா ஆன்சர் பண்ண தெரியணும். proportion consolidation, we will take only our share of asset, our share of liabilities into the CBS, my dear friends. Right? So AS 23ல investments at cost as increased by post acquisition profit or loss, அது ரெண்டு ஆட் பண்ணி காமிக்கிறது தான் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் அமௌண்ட். ரைட்டா? ஸோ அப்போ இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன்ல ஆரம்பிச்சோம், ஃப்ரேம்வொர்க் எல்லாம் பிடிச்சோம். AS 1லேருந்து AS 29 சாப்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் 4 மணி நேரம் ஆகலை, ஒரு 3.5 மணி நேரத்தில் முடிச்சிருக்கோம். ஓகே, ஃபுல் சிலபஸ் இன் 3.5 hours completed. ஓகே, ஸோ கம்ப்ளீட்ன்றது இது வந்து சும்மா ஒரு ஓவரலாக சொல்கிறதுக்குல இவ்வளோலாம், இதெல்லாம் தான் ப்ராப்ளம் ஏரியாஸ். இது பயமுறுத்துருக்கிற மாதிரிலாம் கிடையாது. இதெல்லாம் செலக்டிவாக நீங்கள் எங்கெல்லாம் வந்து கொஞ்சம் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபீல் பண்ணி அதை இன்னும் படிக்க முடியுமோ அதெல்லாம் படிங்க. ஓகே, ஃபோக்கஸ் ஷுட் பி ஃபார் த நெக்ஸ்ட் 24 hours. இதுக்கு மேலே வந்து கிடையாது. 24 hours அப்படின்னா 11 வரை, அதுக்கு மேலே வந்து காமா இருக்கு, ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை யோசிச்சுட்டாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ டு நாட் ட்ரை டு லேர்ன். இது கண்டிப்பாக இதுக்கப்புறம் தான் பாக்கி ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ்லாம். ஆர்டிபி மினிமம் 2, அதே மாதிரி சஜஸ்டட் ஆன்சர். எம்டிபி கூட வேண்டாப்பா, சஜஸ்டட் ஆன்சர் இந்த 2. இந்த மாடல் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் தான் வரும். அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு கெட் எ ஃபீல் ஆஃப் த டைப் ஆஃப் கொஸ்டின்ஸ். இந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் இப்படியெல்லாம் கிளப் பண்ண அப்படின்ட்டு இதை ரெண்டும் கண்டிப்பாக நீங்கள் பண்ணணும்ப்பா. இது இல்லாமல் மேபி இதில் ஏதாவது ஒன்று வந்து நாளைக்கு கூட வச்சுக்கலாம். ஸோ தட் இன்னைக்கு நம்ம கற்றுக் கொடுத்த விஷயங்களில் எதெல்லாம் நெருடலோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு தடவை செக் பண்ணிவிட்டு, அப்புறம் உங்களுக்கு டவுட்ஸ்லாம் இருந்ததுன்னா கண்டிப்பாக நீங்கள் வந்து வாட்ஸ்அப் பண்ணுங்கள், இல்லை இன்றைக்கி கால் பண்ணிவிடுங்க. ஏன்னா வாட்ஸ்அப் பண்ணி ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் பண்ணால் கால் பண்ணி இது பண்ணிடுங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் ஒரு தடவை மெசேஜ் போட்டுருங்க. ஏன்னா அன்னோன் நம்பர்ஸ் ஜென்ரலி ஐ எம் நாட் அட்டெண்டிங். ஓகே, ஸோ அதனால் ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப் போட்டு இது பண்ணுங்கள். அண்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் வில் பி அட்டெண்டிங் த கால். டவுட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருந்ததுன்னா இது பண்ணுங்கள். மெயினாக வந்து என்னென்னா எக்ஸாம் டைமில் இந்த குட் ஸ்லீப், ஒரு மைல்டு ஃபுட்டு, ஒரு 12 மணிக்கு எல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டு இது பண்ணுங்கள். நல்லா ஸ்டே காம். நீங்கள் எக்ஸாம் எல்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு போங்க, ஸ்டேஷ்னரி கொண்டு போங்க மறக்காமல். அப்படி இதெல்லாம் சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. ஹால் டிக்கெட்லாம் கொண்டு இதெல்லாம் வந்து ரெஸ்பான்சிபிளாக நீங்கள் பண்ணுவீங்க. ஸோ டூ மச் அட்வைசஸ் பொதுவாக கிடைக்கும். கேல்குலேட்டர் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ரிசர்வ் வச்சுக்கோங்க, பென்சில் பேனா எக்ஸ்ட்ரா வச்சுக்கோங்க, மறக்காதீங்க, ஹால் டிக்கெட்லாம் பண்ணுங்க, இதெல்லாம் ஓவராக இருக்கும். எல்லாம் வந்து யூ நோ இட்ஸ் டு பி வெரி வெரி ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள். ஆனால் உங்கள் கண்ட்ரோல் இல்லாத சில விஷயங்கள் இதுதான். ஃபியர் எலிமெண்ட்ஸ், அதுக்கப்புறம் பேனிக் சிச்சுவேஷன், பாசிபிள் கொஸ்டின் நம்ம எதிர்பார்க்குற மாதிரி வராத ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன், எல்லாத்தையும் விஷுவலைஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு அந்த எல்லா சிச்சுவேஷன்லையும் வந்து எப்படி காமாக நீங்கள் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுவீங்க, எப்படி ஃபைட் பண்ணுவீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. எது வந்தாலும் ஒரு போனஸ் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. ஸோ வென் வி சே பாசிட்டிவாக இருக்கிறது டஸ் நாட் மீன் நம்ம படித்தது மட்டும் வரும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறது பாசிட்டிவ் கிடையாது. அங்கே என்ன வந்தாலும் நம்ம பார்த்துப்போம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு மைண்ட் செட்டில் தான் இருக்கணும். ஓகே, ஸோ யூ டோன்ட் ஹாவ் டூ மச் ஆஃப் லைக் நோ எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன். நம்ம படித்து இது வரும் இது வரல ஷாக். சில பசங்க வந்து எக்ஸாம்பிள் முடிச்சு, சார் இன்டர்னல் ரீகன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் சொன்னீங்கல்ல, வரவே இல்லை, எவ்வளோ பெரிய ஷாக். இதெல்லாம் ஷாக் கிடையாது. நம்ம ஒன்று ஹை சான்ஸாக எதிர்பார்த்தோம், அது பண்ணலன்றதுக்காக அது ஒன்றும் எதுவுமே ஷாக் கிடையாது. ஸோ பேனிக் மோட் ஆகாதீங்கன்னு சொல்கிறேன். ஓகே, நோ ஃபியர் எலிமெண்ட், நோ ரெக்ரெட்ஸ். எதுவுமே சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. பாஸ்ட் டைமில் ஒரு செகண்ட் கூட, போன செகண்ட் என்ன நடந்துருந்ததை நம்மளால எதுவுமே சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. அனாவசியமாக வரி பண்ணிட்டு அந்த டைமில் யோசிச்சு எதுவுமே பண்ண வேண்டாம். ஓகே, ஸோ நம்ம கிளாஸ் டைமில் கவனிச்சிருக்கலாமே, இல்லை வந்து படிச்சிருக்கலாமே, பேசாமல் இருந்திருக்கலாமே, இல்லை பார்க்காம இருந்திருக்கலாமே, ஏதோ ஒன்று என்ன வேணால் தோணும். அதெல்லாம் வந்து கிளாஸை ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக உட்காந்து கவனிச்சிருக்கலாமே அப்படியெல்லாம் வந்து இப்போ நிறைய ரெக்ரெட்ஸ் எல்லாம் தோணும் சான்ஸ் இருக்குது. அதெல்லாம் வேண்டாம்னு சொல்கிறேன். ஏன்னா எதுவுமே சேஞ்ச் பண்ண முடியாது. ஃப்யூச்சரில் ஏதாவது சேஞ்ச் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ ஸ்டே காம், அது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். 3 hours ரியலி ஃபைட் பண்ணணும். அது எப்படிப்பட்ட கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் வந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு அந்த 120 மார்க்ஸில் ஒரு 20 மார்க்ஸ் தான் வந்து தெரிஞ்ச கொஸ்டின் மாதிரி வந்திருக்கு அப்படின்னு ஒரு சப்போஸ் ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் வருதுன்னா, அப்போ அந்த 20 மார்க்ஸில் ஒரு 18 வாங்கி அப்புறம் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக வந்து இது பண்ணுற மாதிரி, கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக வந்து அக்யூமுலேட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இது பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஸோ என்ஷூர் தட் அந்த 3 hours அந்த சிம்பிளி லைக்னோ, இப்போ இன்னைக்கு நடந்த மாதிரி கூட ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோட அதிகமான பேச்சோ, இல்லை இப்போ எக்ஸாம் ஹாலுக்கு போகிறீங்க, அங்கே தெரிஞ்சவங்க வராங்க, அதிகமான பேச்சு இஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன். ஆல்வேஸ் ஏ டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன். நல்ல அப்படியே பேசாமல் அப்படியே ஒரு ஸ்மைல் பண்ணி வேணால் பண்ணிக்கோங்களே தவிர, ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோட போய் ரொம்ப சில் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்றதுக்காக போய் பேசணும் அப்படின்னு இது பண்ணாதீங்க. எக்ஸாம் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் அதே ரிட்டைன் பண்ணுங்க. டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுறதோ இல்லை இது பண்ணுறதோ அந்த மாதிரிலாம் எதுவும் இல்லாமல் அடுத்த எக்ஸாமுக்கு கியரப் ஆகணும், கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்து அங்கே போனோன்னா தானாக ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக சேஞ்ச் ஆகும். இல்லை வேணுன்ட்டே நான் அந்த பேர் பேசுவான், அதெல்லாம் டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன், சீரியஸ் டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன். அந்த 3 hours meant to be 3 hours. ஓகே, ஸோ எல்லாம் பண்ணுங்க. நம்ம நிறைய ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், ஜாயிண்டாக தான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ செமையாக மார்க் வரும். ஓகே, அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் வச்சே நீங்கள் வந்து ரேங்க் வாங்கிடுவீங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ தேங்க்யூ, ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட். ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட். ஓகே, ஸோ நானும் ப்ரே பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ 2 to 5 நாளைக்கு. ஓகே, ஃபைன். நெகட்டிவ் பேசாதீங்க. ஓகே, பை. ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட்டுங்க. இதெல்லாம் வந்து சஜஸ்டட் ஆன்சர், டிப்ஸ். நீங்க தான் கேட்டீங்க, அவரை கேட்டு இது ஃபுல்லா டிப்ஸ் எழுதிட்டு வந்த 3 மணி நேரம் பாருங்க. நாளைக்கு எக்ஸாம் 3 மணி நேரம் உட்காந்து டிப்ஸ் சொல்லணும்.